won it, I'll be happy.
Yes, yes. Hello, team.
Very good afternoon. Welcome to Turffontein Racecourse on this Saturday, the 5th of August. Great to have you on track if you're here today or following us on the screens, wherever you might be following us. 8 races carded today on the Standside track, and we're about 16, 17 minutes away from the running of our first race today. 8 races are carded. Track condition is recorded as good. We've had no rainfall in the last week. We've had a total of 15 millimetres of irrigation in the last 7 days. The penetrometer 21, and the false rail is set 4.5 metres out on the back straight, up to 5.5 metres out on the bend, with a 5.5 metre spur at the entrance to the home straight at the 700 metre marker. Jockey Cabello Mazzignani not riding today. He's been medically indisposed. Scratchings today, there are a few of them. Let's quickly run through those as the runners make their way into the parade ring for race 1. In race 1, takeout number 8, Lovegrass, is scratched. Race 2, scratch number 1, Man's Night. Race 3, there are 2 scratchings, 1 Empress Game and 5 White Hills. Race 4, there are 2 withdrawals, 5 Global Impact and 6 Tamarisk Tree. And in race 7, scratch number 3, Munchkin. Those are the scratchings for the meeting here today. Very quickly, the jockey changes. Race 1, number 1, Daring Act, is Chase Morjan. Race 3, number 6, Contra Fiscum, Gavin Larena. Race 4, number 4, Trident King, is Muzi Yeni. And race 8, number 3, Fish Eagle, is JP van der Merwe. We hope that you have a great day's racing. On behalf of 4 Racing Pty Limited, the Racehorse Owners Association, and all involved with putting the race meeting together here at Turffontein Racecourse, we wish you a pleasant afternoon. Our presenters on course today are Brandon Bailey and Alistair Cohen. We'll be hearing what they fancy for the day. Looking forward to calling your 8-race program home. Have a wonderful day on this Saturday at Turffontein.
So welcome to the back parade ring here at Turffontein Racecourse, where the 7 runners are currently milling around and showing their well-being, or lack thereof, if you're a believer in that. We're just having a look here at number 1, Daring Act. Chase Morjan now takes around 4, Robin Claassen, the son of Act of War. One of the better looking horses in the ring. Penultimate start to Ampersand, who ran later on in the card, was good. Actually moved up dangerously at that penultimate start and didn't go on with it. Last time was a disappointing run. We'll have to see which Daring Act is going to pitch up today. The penultimate start would have a chance of turning over 1 or 2 here, but the one from last time wouldn't. But looks well, looks very well in himself. 2, Lieutenant Alexander. Muzi Yeni and Baron Buertz's team up with the son of Global View, who fluffed his lines last time over 1,200 metres. Penultimate start over this trip. Ran second to Super Awesome. How good is second? 3 lengths to Super Awesome, though. Super Awesome took a while to win. Was banging at the door, found what I thought was a weak race to get out the maiden. So all that Lieutenant Alexander did, though, on that occasion was catch the eye late when running on strongly. But will he be able to beat Chocolate Bomb? I actually think Lieutenant Alexander has got a good shot of being the next best home. Number 3, Chocolate Bomb, the horse they all need to beat, the son of Lancaster Bomber. Gavin Larena takes her out for Johan Janse van Vuren. Now, I'd normally go to Johan and get comments, but he's actually sent me comments today, so I'm not going to waste his time. He says, Chocolate Bomb, more temperamental than me. Lovely animal, puts up solid work, but just watch his behavior. If he drips in sweat anything is possible. Well, he's about to come past me. He's got red earmuffs on. He's got his head deep into his chest as Chocolate Bomb. You can see the sparkiness about Chocolate Bomb, but no, there is no sweat. But let's see how he reacts when Gavin Lerena gets a leg up on Chocolate Bomb, because that might tell you everything that you need to know. One Dream now moves away from Chocolate Bomb. Gavin's about to get on, and you'll obviously learn a lot more when he comes out onto the track with Chocolate Bomb. But here we go. Gavin gets a leg up and Chocolate Bomb wakes up. Nothing wrong with that. If Chocolate Bomb is reported to have the temperament that he does, he's certainly not displaying it in a bad way in the parade ring. I just want to get across to Paul Matchett. He's got a busy day today, and he's got a few runners in this race. A few runners that I think could hit the boards if not winning. Paul, thank you very much. Nice jacket today on a Saturday.
Thank you very much. It's a bit cold, so I thought I'd keep warm. Ali, keep it warm.
I'm sure you have more jackets than the fancy one.
Yes, we do, yeah.
What are you expecting today, just overall? You know, if there's one today that you think can run nicely, or is it just a matter of...
Just a day where we're not expecting much, but we should have horses finishing close up, hopefully earn checks. You know, race 3, C. Veloce's got a place chance. After that, Queen Bomi place chance. And not much else after that.
Thank you, Paul.
Only a pleasure.
That's all we needed. So thanks so much to Paul Matchett. I think he's got more runners than anyone else today, so there's a bit of a leg up leading into the first of 8 races on the Saturday at Turffontein. Nico Kritsiotis is upstairs. Brandon is in the winners' enclosure, and we'll hopefully tip you 8 winners. Be happy with 4 today, although it does look a pretty straightforward card, but we've opened a few of those in the past and been horribly burnt. Let's hope it goes according to plan. Let's get up to Nico.
Thanks, Alistair. Yeah, it's a nice, cool day today out at Turffontein. And as we said, not much rain up here on the high veld. It's still extremely dry, and less than a month away from the beginning of spring here. So looking forward to that after a bit of bitterly cold weather that we've had. Still a few weeks to go though. Runners for race 1, the opening leg of the Bipot, which is up at 172,000 Rand, are making their way out onto the course. It's the 4 Racing Welcomes You maiden plate, and it's run over 1,000 metres. Scratched is number 8, Lovegrass. Number 3, Chocolate Bomb, fitted with a compression mask and earmuffs on. The rider of 5, Presley, Nathan Klink, wears a black cap with white spots, and the rider of 7, Gotcha Buzz, Pilasandem Toli, who is now out of his time and a fully fledged rider, wears a red cap with white spots. First horse out is number 2, Lieutenant Alexander. Muziyeni writes, colours of Gerald Kallel, in partnership with Willie Coates and Mr. and Mrs. Fivos Mikhailidis. Number 1 is Daring Act. A chance ride for Chase Mojan with Cabello Mazzignani in Disposed today. Next to come by is number 6, Scarlet Red, Wesley Mowing. Number 5 is the newcomer Presley, Nathan Klink, son of Oratorio. Number 7 is Gotcha Buzz, Pilasandem Toli. Here is the reeling favourite, number 3, Chocolate Bomb, Gavin Lerena. Going down with the stable companion, number 3, Chocolate Bomb. He's inclined to be a bit excitable, according to the trainer. Settling him down nicely is the lead horse with number 3, Chocolate Bomb. Number 4 is Hat Hot Hat. Francois Herald writes, blinkers fitted the first time to Hat Hot Hat. And that's your field for the first race. Starts off the Bipot today. Bipot closing in quickly on 200,000 Rand. We're off at 12.25. That gives you about 7-8 minutes to take your bets for race number 1. Let's cross back to Alistair Cohen and Brandon Bailey to take us through their assessment of the first race of 8 today.
thank you very much, Nico. They on their way down to the start. We've got 8 minutes to play into the 4 racing. Welcomes you maiden plate. It is over 1,000 meters. And being on the Standside track, we up the straights. There's a few nice looking horses I thought that moved down to the start. A quick look at the market quickly. 3 Chocolate Bomb has gone 7-20. That's Chocolate Bomb in shot with a lead pony. Nice and relaxed. Number 1 Daring Act at 6-1. And you can write your price about the rest of the field. What I'm going to do is go back to Alistair, hoping that he can hear me that side. I know that he's been in touch with some of the trainers. Ali, I thought this favourite looked very, very well. On its toes, wasn't doing too much wrong. Obviously going down to the start, looks to be in a good space. 7-20, we're not going to get rich, but hard horse to beat.
I'm glad we're watching him go down to the start, Brandon. Hopefully we can keep an eye on him for much of his journey to the 1,000-metre mark, because Johan's comments about Chocolate Bomb were obviously quite revealing. By the way, I omitted Johan's comment about Presley. He knows how to dance. I'm not sure Johan wrote these, but he sent these. He knows how to dance. Over 1,000 metres, he'll have a little stage fright, but in time, over ground, watch him. And I thought Presley looked very, very well. It's difficult to get a gauge on how Chocolate Bomb looks in terms of how he's striding out, and there goes Presley, by the way, of how Chocolate Bomb looks striding out down to the start, because obviously he can be quite sparky. But the fact that he hasn't thrown a tantrum at all, hasn't sweated up, which is what Johan's main concern was about the son of Lancaster Bomber, I suppose that is what you would like to see. Now obviously he's probably halfway through his journey to the start, so there is a bit of time for him to get worked up potentially, but certainly his behaviour in the ring, his behaviour on course has been good. So that is a good sign. The disclaimers about 7-20 shot, though, that could be a little bit of a concern. I can't see him missing the first 2, though, Brandon. And I think that he will win number 3, Chocolate Bomb, if all things are equal and he doesn't go over the top in the last 350 metres on the way down to the start. I spoke to Robin Claassen, funny enough, about number 1 Daring Act, because I thought he looked best in the parade ring, and I thought he looked very well going down to the start as well. And she's expecting a very good run from the son of Act of War. And when I looked a little bit closely, Brandon, the penultimate start, yeah, he can win. On the last start, I don't think he can win, so it's a matter of which Daring Act arrives, if it's the penultimate Daring Act or the last Daring Act. The penultimate Daring Act, the horse who ran 5th, Prince of Kildare, came and won at 1,000,000 a couple of weeks ago. And even the last run, although finishing well in front of Daring Act, Caretaker won here just over a week ago. So the form lines are good. The concern is that Caliburn, who caught my eye in that last run, ran at the Vaal on Tuesday and ran a stinker. So, you know, the jury's probably out on that form of the last start behind New Mexico. There's also this horse, Viva Spirit, who I'm going to follow quite closely from Johan Janse van Vuren stable. I think that she can win quite soon. So Daring Act brings some reasonable form lines, but again, Chocolate Bomb is just the one that absolutely and completely stands out. There she is, just doing her last bit on the way down to the start. Is she still 7-20 though?
Yeah, look, Ellie, punters have obviously latched onto this one, even though very short, like you say, does bring the right form into the race. Chocolate Bomb, the son of Lancaster Bomber. So still 7-20, and I'd imagine a few punters will start off a few multiples with this short price favourite. I do want to ask you about Lieutenant Alexander. I read Muzi Yeni's comments. Did say disappointed last time, but returns to the minimum trip over which he ran his career best race. And we go back to that run on the 20th of July when running second to Super Awesome. Is there any space for this individual, Al?
I initially thought that he was best of the rest, but I must confess I've now put Daring Act as the best of the rest over number 2 Lieutenant Alexander. You're right, over 1,000 metres penultimate start, he stayed on nicely, again suggesting that the step up in distance wouldn't be any concern, but it obviously backfired. That form is weak though, Brandon. I mean, Super Awesome won by 3 lengths, but I think he won it a lot easier than the margin suggested, but that was in a very, very, very mediocre maiden. So, you know, Lieutenant Alexander sadly just dropped down the pecking order slightly. Also looked well going down to the start for me was number 7 Gotcha Buzz, but again, good run on debut and done sweet little since. Maybe coming back to 1,000 metres can see number 7 Gotcha Buzz come back to some sort of life, but those 2 runs since her debut have been pretty awful. But there she is down to the start. I like what I saw from number 7 Gotcha Buzz, but all in all, let's not overcomplicate it. 3 Chocolate Bomb looks very, very hard to beat. Confidence that number 1 Daring Act's going to run nicely, and I'll make him the best of the rest.
Elliot, is the first leg of today's bar pots, being an 8-race program. We're hoping to sail past 200,000 rand. I know very popular is Turffontein on a Saturday afternoon. Is there anything else that you like in terms of the card? Is there any bankers? I thought that was Fushimi Inari. Should go very close to winning race 2.
Just quick, is that Chocolate Bomb getting well above herself now behind
That's Chocolate Bomb, Al.
That's a bit of a worry, because she did everything so well until she got behind the stalls, but he might still come out on top. Yeah, you spot on, Brand. It's a standalone Saturday here at Turffontein, and it's a better card than what first glance shows. The issue with getting world-breaking pools today is that, funny enough, I don't think punters are going to turn around and say, right, the pick 6 is going to pay 300,000 rand, we've got to chase that. I don't think punters are expecting the place accumulator to pay more than 100 rand, so there's no point trying to chase that. I think punters will look to get away with making good profit for a minimal spend. So to answer your question, I like Fushimi Inari in race number 2. The support is out for number 11 Waterlucy in race number 3, but you might want to be attracted to horses with form if you're not one that goes that way. You know what I think of Atticus Finch. Maybe I'll put myself under pressure with Atticus Finch rather than being overly confident, but I'm interested to see how he goes. I think Quasi's Lady's a banker as well, and then the 6th race maybe go a little bit wider, but I think Fushimi Inari, Quasi's Lady, 2 bar pot bankers for me.
All right, so they are starting to load up. I did get a comment from Lucky Hoodalakis for that first timer, Waterlucy. Did say she's quick but quirky, and that's why we're opting for Turffontein. So the first timer in race 3, number 11, Waterlucy, quick but quirky, and that's why they're opting for Turffontein. All right, so we're going to go up to Nico Kritsiotis, who's standing by to bring them back for race number 1.
Thanks very much, guys. And yeah, they might have heard it. The favourite is sweating down at the start, about to load. Chocolate Bomb. Lieutenant Alexander went in. Hat is installed. Gotcha, Buzz and Presley. Here is Scarlet Red. Bipod pool, almost 230,000 rand. Just to watch the stall gate of Chocolate Bomb here. Loaded up to the outside. Stall gate 6 we're looking at. Just a bit above himself is Chocolate Bomb. Ready to race and sent on their way. Chocolate Bomb hesitated at the start, lost a couple of lengths over there, but Daring Act was quick to respond. The favourite is quick to react from that bad start and goes right up there too with Hat in behind that. Then came Scarlet Red, about 3-4 lengths off the leader. Down the centre of the track is Gotcha Buzz, the red with the white spots. Right up along the inside is Presley, and Lieutenant Alexander races just a couple of lengths off the pace. Heading down into the last 600 metres now, the action on the outside with Daring Act, a narrow leader, and Chocolate Bomb chasing it. 2 lengths away to Presley down the inside. Further back in the field came Gotcha Buzz and then Scarlet Red. Entering the last 300 metres, Daring Act and Chocolate Bomb. They have the race to themselves on the outside with Presley down the inside. They drifting towards the centre of the track. Daring Act, Chocolate Bomb is now sent about his business, and Chocolate Bomb picks it up from Daring Act, and it's a delectable start to the day as Chocolate Bomb wins, beating home Daring Act. Presley 3rd and close for 4th. Well, the explanation of this has to be that he's probably even a lot better than this. I watched his debut run, didn't know what anything was about, and really ran on nicely. Today he masters only Daring Act that he had to contend with in the closing stages and gets the better of him. And Gavin Lorena builds on that almost 30% strike rate since the beginning of the season to win it well by 2 lengths or so. It's going to go to Chocolate Bomb, an easy winner from Daring Act. Nice debut run from Presley back in 3rd. And then 4th got tight as well. It probably got your buzz just ahead of Lieutenant Alexander, further back to Scarlet Red. And the favourite punters have quite a bit to feast on during the course of the day if it performs as well as it has in the first race. So despite the horse sweating and a little bit above himself, the son of Lancaster Bomber, Chocolate Bomb, wins in the colours of Jared Lawrence and Tessa Werner's, bred by Lawrence out of his mare Chocolate Nemesis. And this will go to Jan Janssen van Vuren and Gavin Lorena. As I mentioned in the call, it's a delectable start to the day's racing.
Yeah, lovely performance from the son of Lancaster, Bomber. Big well done to Johan Janse van Vuren. Top ride, Gavin Larena. A big well done to the entire Werners family as well. I'm hoping that Lawrence is at the races today. Beautiful win from this individual. Obviously got a little bit uptight behind the gates, but that's him. Once he matures, I think he's going to really furnish into a nice horse, Chocolate Bomb. Eye-catching performance on debut. That was the 8th of July behind Wings Within Me. And today sets the record straight, beating number 1, Daring Act. The 5, I think, was in 3rd, Presley. And 4th, possibly to number 7, Gotcha Buzz. So provisionally, it looks to be 3, 1, 5, and 7. That's how we open up the bypots. And favourite backers are off to a flying start. I see that bypot pool went to 300,000 Rand. Nothing wrong with that performance. 300,000 Rand in the bypot. The place accumulator starts in race number 2. Up in the frame for the first race. Winner number 3, Chocolate Bomb. Second was number 1, Daring Act. Third to number 5, Presley. Fourth was number 7, Gotcha Buzz. It's 3, 1, 5 and 7 in race 1. For race number 1 is number 3, Chocolate Bomb. Gavin Larena's come out the blocks really quickly, not only with this horse but also in the season. He's running at almost a 30% strike rate and leads the Jockeys Championship in the first 5 days of the season. Well done to Gavin Larena, booting this one home for trainer Johan Janse van Vuren. The winning owners are Messrs. Jared and Lawrence Werners and Mrs. Tessa Werners. Nice to have Lawrence at the track today, along with Robbie Blom and Anthony Joannidis. They'll do the lead-in for this race. Mike Day-Toombs is also in attendance, as is Vicky Larena. And numerous children attending the course as well today, as Gavin Larena brings home the first race favourite, much to the delight of many racing supporters here that banked on him doing so in the first race of the day.
chasing it. 2 lengths away to Presley down the inside. Further back in the field came Gotcha Buzz and then Scarlet Red. Entering the last 300 metres, Daring Act and Chocolate Bomb. They have the race to themselves on the outside with Presley down the inside. They drifting towards the centre of the track. Daring Act, Chocolate Bomb is now sent about his business, and Chocolate Bomb picks it up from Daring Act, and it's a delectable start to the day as Chocolate Bomb wins, beating home Daring Act. Presley third and close.
A very good bar pot pool on the Saturday afternoon of just over 299,000 rand. So a big thank you to the punters playing into today's racing. And of course, the favourite backers off to a flying start. Top right, Gavin Larina. Well done to Johan Janse van Vieren. And a big well done to Lawrence Verners and his entire family. Great to have Ant at the races, and we'll have a word with him in just a moment. Gav, whole family's here today. No pressure. Obviously going down to the start, we've heard that he can be one of those horses you need to try and keep a lid on. But I thought a super performance today.
Yeah, he's won a good race, Brand. Obviously, he does have his temperament issues, and gets himself so worked up. And halfway to the gates, he was pouring with sweat already. So I think it was a great training feat from Johan, because he's not an easy horse, has too much in himself. So he's kept him looking good and looking strong, and I think it was a good one for him.
Gav, in time, I mean, obviously we'll know in the not too distant future, but once Johan does get a lid on him, is he a horse that's going to go on from here?
I think so. He's given me a nice feel today in saying that, look, he didn't beat a lot, but he's won the race in good style, and just try to keep the stick off him. Just, you don't want to go hitting the horse, and he's got his issues. So hopefully he'll come out of this race well.
Let me ask you quickly, Fushimi Inari, very short in the market. So I thought a good run last time out. What do you
today? He's worked good with the cheek pieces, hoping for a big run.
Atticus Finch?
Very nice horse. Obviously won off a break last time. Today's his second run, but he's feeling good in himself.
And then at the back, I think it's Fully Loaded you're riding for Fabian.
Yeah, Fully Loaded. I think he was a little bit unlucky last time. I think he's a big runner. I've ridden him once in the past, and I think he's a lovely, big, strong horse, and I'm sure he's going to run a big race.
Kev, well done over here, and all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Big thanks to all my family for being here, to Mr. Werners and his family, well done. To Wilgebos Drifter, Turffontein, well done. And to Carl back at home that does a lot of work on this horse. Well done, team.
Super, Gav. Well done. That's Gavin Larina. Lovely to see the family at the races. There's Vix behind the camera as well. Well done, Johan. I've got to say, super stuff, because, we watched him go down to the start. I thought he looked exceptional in the back parade ring, but you have made mention that he can get a bit warm.
He actually settled very well today. He was very relaxed. And then in the parading, he started bouncing around a bit. That's what he does at home. And then I saw when he got behind the start, he was dripping sweat, which I actually said in my message this morning. I was worried about that. He's just not learning. But listen, they are young horses. I've got a little kid at the yard, Kyle, who works him all the time. He's actually, at one stage, we couldn't even get him to the track. So he's done a wonderful job. Kyle working with this horse, and first time out I just put him in the race because I didn't know what to do with him anymore, hoping that he would get better, and he actually behaved superbly on debut, more like he didn't know what was going on. And then today, listen, yeah, it's going to take a bit of work. I'm not sure where to from here. I don't know. We're just going to start back at home, just trying to get him quietened down, because the way he did it today, it's not going to do that for his rest of his career, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, we pulled it off today. It was not a strong field, and that's mainly why I went back to 1,000. I think he's also once a mile in time. So yeah, just well done to Lawrence. He bred him, and our entire team with Justin and Roz and all the 888 team who does all the matings for us and help us with the results.
Yeah, and I know you're very transparent. We've got some good pools to play in today. If I don't mind, right turn on red.
Right turn on red. I'm expecting probably about listen, in a normal circumstances I would have said about 5th or 6th, but it is a weak field, so we can probably squeeze a 3rd or a 4th there.
Okay. Pragmatist?
Pragmatist, I feel like I'm slightly better today than last time. Sheldon, tough race. I got quite a big penalty for beating an average field at the Vaal 2 runs ago. But there's a lot of speed. I'm going to try a bit of blinkers, try a set of blinkers with him today, because he hits a flat spot going through the 5-600. If they go too fast and they stop, he's going to be running on. I'll include him in pick 6s. And then COVID operator low draw. Listen, he's very, very well, but he's got a low draw. It's not a tough field. He's also got lots of penalties in his last 3 or 4 runs. I never in my life thought he's going to be a 4-time winner being an 80. So this is already for me a great achievement just to be, as you know, he's our lead pony, so we just run him for fun.
Is he going to Scots?
He's got tomorrow. Yeah, listen, obviously the first one was our best. I think my filly in the first race is not bad, even though she wants a mile, and after that we're just boxing for places.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
There we go. Lovely man, absolute gentleman. Great to get the feedback, and good to see you. All the best for the new season. I know that Lawrence Berners is at the races today, for the punters that do want to know. I mean, nervy stuff, watching him behind the gates, sweating, but you've got to be very happy with his run today.
Oh, yeah, well done to Johan. The horse, there's a Lebanese word, achwit.
Achwit?
Yeah, the horse is achwit, so you know, you never know ring, but if you noticed at the start, he was already sweating. He jumped a bit slow, so that also was worrying, but obviously he's a good horse. Johan did well, obviously, training. Congratulations to Lawrence, Jared and the family. Well done on the winner. And hopefully he goes on from strength to strength. If his mind is right, he'll prove to be a good horse going forward. Great ride from Gavin. He said to me in the ring there that it feels like he had already ridden 8 horses with this, you know, with this horse. So, yeah, he's given everyone a tough time, but he's come through in flying colours. Thanks.
Well, Ant, if I can just take this opportunity to wish you and Lawrence Berners and his family all the best for the new season. Exciting stuff happening. I know you guys play a big part in trying to obviously get this game back to where it needs to be, so all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ant.
Congratulations, yeah, to all.
And there's RAA check for you, if you can just accept that.
Yeah, I'll take it to Lawrence.
Yeah, 15,000 Rand to Lawrence. There we go. Everything helps these days, Ant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and then just the groom, the winning groom. He'll come and join me in just a moment. Come a little bit closer. He doesn't want to speak. He's asked me not to speak, but he's done a wonderful job. I thought he's done the most excellent job in trying to bring this horse to the course under conditions. We know that he's not the easiest of customers. Is Chocolate Bomb, and there's 1,500 Rand from World Sports Betting. So well done to the winning groom, and obviously thank you to Warren Tannis and his whole team back at WSB for their continued sponsorship in the sport that we love so much. All right, so that's race 1. The 4 Racing welcomes you, Maiden Plate. Barpot's off to a good start. Up next is race number 2, and that'll be the first leg of the PA.
Ready to race and sent on their way. Chocolate Bomb hesitated at the start, lost a couple of lengths over there, but Daring Act was quick to respond. The favourite is quick to react from that bad start and goes right up there too with Hat Hot Hat in behind that. Then came Scarlet Red, about 3-4 lengths off the leader. Down the centre of the track is Gotcha Buzz, the red with the white spots. Right up along the inside is Presley, and Lieutenant Alexander races just a couple of lengths off the pace. Heading down into the last 600 metres now, the action on the outside. outside with Daring Act, a narrow leader, and Chocolate Bomb chasing it. 2 lengths away to Presley down the inside. Further back in the field came Gotcha Buzz and then Scarlet Red. Entering the last 300 metres, Daring Act and Chocolate Bomb. They have the race to themselves on the outside with Presley down the inside. They drifting towards the centre of the track. Daring Act, Chocolate Bomb is now sent about his business, and Chocolate Bomb picks it up from Daring Act, and it's a delectable start to the day as Chocolate Bomb wins, beating home Daring Act. Presley third and close for fourth. Well, the explanation of this has to be that he's probably even a lot better than this. I watched his debut run, didn't know what anything was about, and really ran on nicely. Today he masters only Daring Act that he had to contend with in the closing stages and gets the better of him. And Gavin Lorena builds on that almost 30% strike rate since the beginning of the season to win it well by 2 lengths or so. It's going to go to Chocolate Bomb, an easy winner from Daring Act. Nice debut run from Presley back in third. And then fourth got tight as well. It probably Gotcha Buzz just ahead of Lieutenant Alexander, further back to Scarlet Red. And the favourite punters have quite a bit to feast on during the course of the day if it performs as well as it has in the first race. So despite the horse sweating and a little bit above himself, the son of Lancaster Bomber, Chocolate Bomb, wins in the colours of Jared Lawrence and Tessa Werners, bred by Lawrence out of his mare Chocolate Nemesis. And this will go to Jan Janssen van Vuren and Gavin Lorena. As I mentioned in the call, it's a delectable start to the day's racing.
So let's have a look at them for race number 2, the first leg of today's place accumulator. 4 Racing thanks and appreciates Mike de Kock maiden plate over 1,800 metres, where you can scratch number 1 Mun's Night. 5 for Shimi Anari races with cheek pieces on. We start with number 2, Le Fort Bion, who is one of 2 runners trained by Chris Yonker, and I prefer number 3, Lady Dynamo. Raymond Danielson takes the ride on number 2, and he's not done too much in his career. Best start was a 4th, where he earned 4,500 rand. Since then, done little. 3 Lady Dynamo, she's a bigger horse than the stable companion, and obviously has better form than the stable companion. Penultimate start to Miss Christmas, not a strong form line by any stretch. However, last time ran second behind on us, the improving horse trained by Michael de Kock in the form of Silver Hunt. Even though Silver Hunt only beats an average filly by 8-full path by less than a length, I still think Silver Hunt's got a lot more to come. I think that when we get to long distance 3-year-old features, you might see a lot more Silver Hunt. So on that basis, number 3 Lady Dynamo comes into the play, but I don't think she can win. 4 Punta Alta, 10 starts, yet to earn a brass bean. So I think that tells you about her capabilities. This grey daughter of Pomodoro, trained by Paul Match and ridden by Pilasandem Orly. Number 6, here's a small boy, Brotherhood of Magic. There's absolutely nothing to the son of Willow Magic. Muzi Yenny takes her out for Baron Buertus. And interestingly enough, I remember the mare, Sisters of Mercy, quite well. She was quite prolific over 1,800 metres with Tyrone Zaki. I'm going to try and walk over towards Baron. He's busy with Muzi Yenny and Donald Monatisa, the right-hand man. But Brotherhood of Magic, Baron, not a big horse, but bred to go a little bit further, judging on what the mare achieved. Do you think that he'll acquit himself nicely over 1,800 metres?
Well, Muzi last time said I must put him over further, so obviously expecting improved performance, but according to him, he says Gavin Lorena's horse to beat.
I agree with that.
I don't expect to win, but yeah, if we don't end the placing, I'll be happy.
And anything else from your side today? You got a few chances, yards and form?
The fields are strong and competitive. Base high, I mean, in a crack of a field, I think this is our best run on the day. And more hoping than expecting.
Yeah, thank you so much, Baron Buertus, for that. We'll watch the others head down to the start for race number 2, the first leg of today's place accumulator.
So today's bipod pool closed on just 13 rand short of 300,000 rand, 299,987 rand, just 13 rand short of that 300,000 rand. By next 10 minutes. Race 2 is the 4 Racing thanks and appreciates Mike de Kock Racing maiden plate over 1,800 metres. Mike not in the country at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be following this race named after him all the way down under. Race 2 jumps at 12.55. The stretching is number 1, Mun's Night is out. Cheek pieces on number 5 for... And the rider of number 3, Lady Dynamo, Marco van Rensburg, wears a black cap. Changes for race number 2. Runners coming out for the second race, the 2 Chris Jonker runners. On number 2, Lefort Bayon, Raymond Danielson. And number 3, Lady Dynamo, Marco van Rensburg wears the black cap. PA pool up at 322,000 rand. Grey is 4, Punta Alta. Palisande Mgoli rides. Number 6, Brotherhood of Magic, Muziyeni. 7, Mvelelo, JP van der Merwe. Number 8, What a Time, Nathan Klink wears blinkers today. And here is the ruling favourite, and there's very short price, number 5, Fushimi Inari, Gavin Larina. Rides number 5, Fushimi Inari. That's the field then for the second race. Time to get those place accumulator bets on, or your bets for race number 2 for that matter. Stake of 75,000 rand for this maiden plate. It's over 1,800 metres.
Okay, so we're 5 minutes away from post time. It's the first leg of today's place accumulator. The 4 Racing thanks and appreciates Mike de Kock Racing. It is a maiden plate over 1,800 metres and a perfect time to link up with Alistair Cohen. Al, let's talk a bit about Mike de Kock. I've always said I think he's a legend in the sport of racing. And, I mean, you've got very close with Mike over the last few years. Wonderful trainer. He's had some of the best horses in the country go through his hands. He's not obviously in the country from what I've just heard from Nico. Where is he firstly? And you can tell us a bit more about Mike de Kock and over the years what you've witnessed.
He's in Australia and obviously spending time with the rest of the family, with Matt and Monique and Liam. And no doubt he'll be tuning in. He doesn't miss a beat. He'll be watching Mvelelo. He'll be hoping to see what Mvelelo can do and certainly having an opinion, win, lose or draw. You know, my first memory of Michael was obviously Horse Chestnut. I think that's everybody's. Obviously taking over from Ricky Howard Ginsberg and you know, becoming the juggernaut that he did. And you know, there's not a trainer in this country today who, okay, never mind trainer, there's not a racing personality who is in South Africa at the moment who can do what Mike de Kock did for South African racing on the international stage. Obviously, you know, with JJ, the jet plane from Lucky Udelakis' yard, and Shay, which obviously went under Michael, and you know, Variety Club under Joey Ramsden. But all of that was the catalyst of Mike de Kock and his success with Victory Moon and Ibi Tombi at Nadal Sheba in Dubai in 2003, I think it was. But, you know, all the great horses that have been on this particular track at Hollywood Bets Greyville, at Clarewood, Hollywood Bets Scottsville, the Grade 1 winners at Hollywood Bets Kenilworth, and the Grade 1 winners all around the world. I was actually at his place on Saturday night before the Gold Cup and chatting about all the countries that he's won feature races and the journey that racing has taken him on, the great horses, the great memories, the great stories. I mean, he, and you know, just being able to pick his brain about certain things demands it. It's, you know, we call people, I'll call you a legend sometimes, you call me a legend sometimes, not all the time, but Mike de Kock is dinkum a legend. He is different division as a trainer, as a person, and just, you know, great company every now and then. Go into his office and have a cup of coffee and listen to some of the stories.
Calls a spade a spade.
He's not scared of anybody, that's for sure. But the best part about Mike is taking his money on the golf course. Love that.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen often, by the way. He's too shrewd for his own good.
Good golfer, Al?
Good golfer. I think he's off a 4 at the moment. Although he's ripe for the taking off a 4. Can do a bit of damage against him at the moment. But when he's off a 6, stay far away.
Yeah, good man, Mike de Kock, and the race is named in honour of him, and we wish him all the best if he is watching all the way from Australia. We do need to touch on the runners over here, short and sweet. I spoke to Gavin Larina about this favourite, Fushimi Inari, apparently putting up some great work back at home, very hard to beat.
I spoke to Stuart Pettigrew at the airport. It was after one of the days in Durban when this horse made his debut, and it was after Guinea's Day when he had, wasn't Featherbow, it was the other filly, Captain Peg, run the World Sports Betting KZN Fillies Guineas, and we were on the same flight, and I said, right, what's going on tomorrow? He said, watch my horse tomorrow. He might not win, you'll run nicely, but keep following him. And it looks like that trend is pretty much bang on with better runs all the while. Penultimate start to Mutarazi, nearly won that, and last time I don't think everything went according to plan. I have a question mark about him over 1,800 metres because he's a half-brother to also won the first Grand Heritage, Irish Pride, and also there was another horse that battled to get this type of distance, but Fushimi Inari runs like he'll get the trip. I have no concerns about him. I think he's a hard horse to beat. He's the starter of my all to come with Quasi's Lady and Tuscan Gold.
All right, they are loading up. Small field. Thanks very much to Alistair. It's the first leg of the PA. Let's go up to Nico K.
Thanks very much. Small field to load up at the 1,800 metre marker. Fushimi Inari about to take up position. Punta Alta and Valelo's in. Brotherhood of Magic has gone up. As Punta Alta. Fushimi Inari is rearing up in the gate and actually got his one hoof caught up in the gate over there very quickly, so that is a bit of a worry because he reared up and got that one hoof caught up on the stalls. They have immediately taken him out for a vet check here. Fushimi Inari, the favourite, number 5. And they are going to scratch Fushimi Inari. Fushimi Inari is a late scratching, reared up at the gate. And they're going to take all the horses out. Fushimi Inari, a late scratching. Just reared up, got his front hoof caught up on the stall, on the top of the stall there, and is injured. So Fushimi Inari is a late scratching. They are removing all the runners from the gates now, and they'll reload shortly.
Yeah, that's tragic news coming through. The late scratching of the very short price favourite. I see he was backed into 4 to 10 as he was going into the gates for Fushimi Inari. Oh, that's devastating news. I don't think Mr. Pettigrew will be a happy man at the moment. But, I mean, this is racing and this is what can happen.
Stuart takes great pride in his horses, you know, being sane. He always makes the point to various people, my horses don't go down with the lead, except for, what's that filly by Red Ray, that good sprinter of Jan van Schalkwyk? Won the feature the other day, their name escaped me. Good filly. That's the only one that goes down with the lead horse. But he takes great pride in that, and then we see Fushimi Inari, a very, very short price play up like that in the stalls. And the irony is that Stuart's on his first holiday in 17 years. He's actually gone on holiday. And then this happens. So if I know Stuart, he'll be probably trying to rearrange his flights to get back into the driver's seat. That's a blow. It now opens it up for Mike de Kock to win his race with number 7 in Valero. This horse is related to Illabella and Illa de Vittoria, that famous family. And just on Mike de Kock's Twitter page, he actually sent out his comment about Ibn Valero. And just as I go down, I saw it just a moment ago.
This much better than last time.
He was always looking for a trip. That was just the kicker with him. Stepped up nicely. He could very well step up again, and now without Fashimianari, who should step up. Here we go. Valero improved over more ground last time, hoping he can make further progress. We're taking the blinkers off. Should make the first 4. Well, now without Fashimianari, if he doesn't make the first 4, there'll be an outcry, and I think that he can very well win this race.
I just want to ask you quickly, Al. I mean, Brotherhood of Magic, I know you did speak to Baron Buertes, but I watched the race closely last time out because I did have a bit of interest in him. He got cheap sectionals up in front. I thought the race was run to suit him. Came under pressure going through the 300, and we obviously yet to find out about those form lines.
Top man won at the age of 4, nearly 5, on debut down the Var Mile Straight, so that adds some intrigue to the level of the form. Not a big son of Willow Magic, but as I said, the mother was quite prolific over 1800 metres with Tyro and Zaki, Sisters of Mercy. So it doesn't look like a horse that'll get this trip, but runs like a horse that'll get this trip. And if she's thrown more to her dam, then he could end up getting this distance. I see he's now someone had to go into favourite, and at the moment it's number 6, Brotherhood of Magic. But there's only a round between him and the third favourite, who's number 3, Lady Dynamo, with him Valero, the meat in the market.
All right, they're starting to load up again for the second time. It's take 2. You've had time to restructure those PAs. The pool's gone to 540,000 rand.
Yeah, not going to take long to load them up the second time. A big pity for favourite backers here for Fashimianari, but that is, as they say, racing, and he has been withdrawn. So interest will be on who the tote favourite is over here, even though it's a small field of just the 6 runners at the moment. Brotherhood of Magic by 20 cents is the favourite, ahead of Mvalelo. It's R2.40 about Brotherhood of Magic, and Valero is R2.60. Eyes will be on that. They're loading up Lafort Bion now, and Lady Dynamo to go forward after that. And then we'll be set for the start at the 1800 metre marker. Just about ready here. Set to go in the opening leg of the place accumulator, and they are dispatched. Brotherhood of Magic was the first to respond and goes off for the early lead ahead of Lady Dynamo, and the grey Punta Alta wants to get a piece of things early on. Towards the inside is What a Time, and Valero, and dropping back is Lafort Bion, who races at the rear end, and 7 lengths off the leader now as they head down towards the 1400 metre mark, and it's the grey horse Punta Alta that has gone for the lead here. She's gone ahead by a couple of lengths here from Brotherhood of Magic in second. Lady Dynamo races away in third, and then came What a Time with Valero back in the 5th position, giving that leader 7 lengths start, and Lafort Barn is the trailer. As they race down past the side of the course, onto the side of the course now, and towards the 1000 metre mark, and Punta Alta the leader by just over a length. Brotherhood of Magic is a clear second. Then came on the outside Lady Dynamo, the black cap, racing with What a Time. They fall 5 lengths off the leader, and Valero's been sat on, gives the leader 6 lengths start. Lafort Bion is the trailer, about to round the home turn with 800 metres left to go. The leader is still Punta Alta, led it by 2. Brotherhood of Magic racing second. What a Time is down there inside in third. Lady Dynamo, the black cap, is starting to feel the pump, and Valero's going to come outsides of it for its run. Lafort Bion is down the inside now as they race with 500 metres left to go. Punta Alta's about to be tackled up front here by Brotherhood of Magic, and Valero's warming to the task on the outside. Then came Lady Dynamo's rattling back and further back to the other 2. Now Brotherhood of Magic goes for home, but on the outside Valero is a danger. It's Brotherhood of Magic from Valero in the closing stages, 200 to go. Brotherhood of Magic half a length, but Valero's all over it down the outside. Brotherhood of Magic, those keeping rolling from Valero. It's Brotherhood of Magic that's going to capture the win here. Brotherhood of Magic beats Valero, 4 lengths away Punta Alta. Then came Lady Dynamo, Lafort Bion, and What a Time. Little to choose between them, and I can tell you that they've both ended up as R2.40 a win on the tote, so we don't know yet who the tote favourite is. It looked like either of the 2 could win with 200 metres left to go, but Muzi Yeni has found that little bit extra from number 6, Brotherhood of Magic, to capture the win here by a neck from the Hollywood runner Valero. Mike de Kock back in second. Punta Alta, much improved run for third. And then came Lady Dynamo, and Lafort Bayon with What a Time rounding up the runners here. Only 6 of them. The late scratching was that of Vashimi Inari, but either way it goes for the tote favourite. You'll be in both the bipot and the place accumulated if you took the favourite Vashimi Inari, because these two were head and shoulders above the others in form and in the finish too. Brotherhood of Magic is owned by Brandon Burtis, that's Baron's son, bred by Bush Hill Stud. He's a son of Willow Magic out of the Grey's Inn mare Sisters of Mercy. And Brotherhood of Magic captures race number 2. Beats home Imvalelo into second. As I said, nothing to choose between them as far as the tote favourite is concerned. They were both showing R2.40 a win. And coincidentally, both showing R1.30 a place too.
So we'll wait for that tote favourite to come out. As Nico touched on, both horses have paid R2.40 a win and R1.30 a place on the totes, being Imvalelo and Brotherhood of Magic. But top right, Muzieni. So I believe the winner, Brotherhood of Magic, has been declared the tote favourite. Thanks to my producer for clearing that up. R2.40 a win, R1.30 a place. Number 7, Imvalelo, cruised up to them. Looked like it was race over going through the 300. Paid R1.30 a place in second. Third goes to number 4, Punta Alta. That was setting the fractions. And fourth goes to number 3, and that was Lady Dynamo from the Chris Jonker stable. Unfortunate about Fushimi Inari. That's race 2. The 4 Racing thanks and appreciates Mike de Kock Racing. It was a maiden plate where the 2 horses got into a real fight that last 200 meters, but it goes to Brotherhood of Magic. Well done to Baron Burtis. Well done to Mr. Brandon Burtis, bred by the Bush Hill Stud Farm, and a top right, Muzieni.
Going up into the frame for race 2. Victory to the tote favourite, number 6, Brotherhood of Magic. Second was number 7, Imvalelo. Third was number 4, Punta Alta. Fourth has gone to number 3, Lady Dynamo. Numbers are 6, 7, 4 and 3. The winner, Brotherhood of Magic, paid R2.40 a tote win and R1.30 a place. It's a victory for jockey Muzieni. Well done to Muzi and to trainer Baron Burtis. The owner is Mr. Brandon Burtis. And these, I think, are Baron's old silks, actually. The red with the yellow sleeves, black spots and cap. Nice battle in the closing stages between the 2 principal runners after the departure of Fushimi Inari at the start. Brotherhood of Magic returns as the winner for race number 2. We're on to the pick 6. Race 3 kicks off at 1:30. And here is Brotherhood of Magic returning for trainer Baron Burtis to the number 1 box. Winner of his maiden today. His first run as a 3-year-old. This is his 9th career effort. And can only build from here. It was a nice, courageous win to fight back after challenged strongly by Imvalelo. To the task on the outside. Then came Lady Dynamo's rattling back and further back to the other 2. Now Brotherhood of Magic goes for home, but on the outside Imvalelo is a danger. It's Brotherhood of Magic from Imvalelo in the closing stages, 200 to go. Brotherhood of Magic half a length, but Imvalelo's all over it down the outside. Brotherhood of Magic, those keeping rolling from Imvalelo. It's Brotherhood of Magic that's going to capture the win here. Brotherhood of Magic beats Imvalelo, 4 lengths away Punta Alta. Then came Lady Dynamo, Lafort Bayon.
right, welcome back to the winner's enclosure, and Mvalelo and Brotherhood of Magic, they got into a ding-dong tussle that last 200 meters. Great ride, Muziyeni. Well done to Mr. Brandon Buertus, and a big well done to Mr. Buertus as well. Bred by the Bush Hill Stud Farm, becomes a one-time winner from 9 outings. All right, so I'm going to go to the winning rider first. Muzi, great ride, because I thought for all the money in the world, Mvalelo on the outside of you looked to be going better, but you know him very well, and all guts, and at the end, glory.
Yes, you know, I started riding him as a very young horse, and in those 800 meters, 1,000 meters, I thought, Jesus, we might be in trouble. He's built stock, he's short, he looks like a sprinter. But, you know what I mean, they're beating him for speed, but we actually don't realize how early those baby races, how strong they are, because the quick ones normally come early, and strong form lines. I think Max Magician, a couple of really nice hard knockers, and I want to say to him, his biggest asset that he was able to stay, because he gave himself a chance to win a maiden race, and who knows, in the handicapping he might have a chance, because I think the further you go, the better it will get. So I don't think he's limited to a distance. He might end up going 2-4. But the tactics of the race, he's a little bit on-paced, so I needed to be ahead of fancy horses like Gavin's. Unfortunately, he got scratched for him, fortunate for me, and obviously the other horse, Mr. de Kock. The game plan was to stretch them and get as far ahead of them, and hopefully we outstay them, and thank God it worked out. Like you said, with all the money in the world, he looked like he had me. I thought he had me, but this was stuck down deeper. He found a second breath at the 100 when I needed him, just to give me a little bit, and short heart. That's what a decent racehorse does.
Look, it was a great ride from you, Moose. If you don't mind me asking, Pretty in Pearls, what are you expecting over there?
It's been a bit disappointing. Maybe they fancy the stable companion rather.
And then Captain Hindsight, I mean, done nothing wrong to date?
Yeah, I think he should be getting more weight. I don't think he's the best well-weighted in the race, but he's with the lightweights, and Paul Peter are very strong in terms of strike rate, so you must have a chance. And the other one, Power Broker is my next best.
And then Moose, obviously a wonderful man. All the best for the season. I know you've got a lovely weekend of rides leading into tomorrow, so we'll be watching you closely. That was a great ride over here. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A huge thanks to Brandon Buertus. Hope he enjoys the win, and I know these colours go a long way, and to Mr. Buertus for his continued support. He's thrown me some decent rides, and I'm always grateful for the opportunity. And to Stone Stamco, thank you again.
Super. There we go to Willem Ackerman, who's the sponsor of Muziyeni. Congratulations. Well done, Mr. Buertus. I mean, you would have been all smiles when the favourite got scratched. Gutsy guy, and been paying his way.
Sure, all smiles. I mean, I don't think it's easy or nice for the connections. But I mean, we live the game, and there's two sides to the coin. I think if I was the owner, once the horse's legs over the side of the pens, I mean, I'd like to rather make sure the horse is okay, scratch it. But anyway, it's worked in our favour. Before the time, I think I was interviewed by Alistair. Yep. And Moody said to me we got Gavin to beat. With Gavin out of the way, look, I wouldn't say I would have been confident. I mean, this is a little pony. I must thank Mr. Mr. Alan Peter. A couple of runs ago, he said to me, listen, Boykie, you can have the horse. And I said to him, well, we got a deal. I can't just take it. I'll lease it from you. And the day it wins, we sell it. Well, so take the stake check. We chop the pieces up, and then sell it, and whatever we get out of it goes to Mr. Peter. I mean, that was the deal. So as far as the colours, I heard they spoke about the colours. I think the 1st of September next month, Spring Day, 23 years ago, my brother was murdered. That used to be his colours. And I mean, obviously I couldn't see anybody else. I've had 2 heart attacks, so I think it's about time my son takes it over, the next generation, because I mean, I could just stumble here and not get up.
Don't say that.
Well, we're all going to die.
For a long time, Mr. Buertus.
Well, we'll see. Who cares?
No, you're a good man. You obviously got some lovely horses at the moment. Baysier, Goswood, Fort Lauderdale. What are you expecting today?
Goswood, not the soundest horse, bit sharp, but in and out. I mean, you know, he came up the other day, won a pinnacle plate, unexpected. It's difficult to say where you stand with him. I mean, he comes to races, and but his sound he doesn't show anything at the moment. Baysier, outstanding form, but a bullet of a fielder. I mean, difficult. I mean, how do you see or gauge where you fit in to a race? I think maybe our next best could be Fort Lauderdale.
Unlucky last time.
Well, I think the 1160 will be outpaced. yeah, you know, the tracks were so fast. I mean, if you outpace, are you ever going to make it up? It's a gamble. The whole day is a gamble. I would never had the best card. I thought this was our best on the day, and well, purely because of the scratching, I think we sort of stole it.
Mr. Botus, a big well done. Obviously, we're very grateful to have you. Don't go anywhere. I know that you got the social media pages rocking and rolling at the moment, and I just want to ask you, that was RV League. Preparations all going well back at home?
Sure, I think for the first time in my life, I've got a proper animal. I mean, if you talk about Light to the Moon, I mean, she's done incredibly well for us, but her time is up. She's retiring, going to stud 100% sound. No reason not to race any further, but I mean, these are breeders, and they're doing what's best for themselves, which is the right thing to do. And I think probably a valuable filly and mare in the making. Ivy League, proper horse. You know, we thought that from day one. And I mean, the turn of foot and the way she quickens, and probably still needs further. And we don't know how good she is, and time will tell.
Thank you for that, Mr. Botus. Well done over here.
You know, it's very easy to overrate horses. We all do it. A lot of times you think you're sitting with a July winner as a 2-year-old and they don't train on. But in her case, I mean, she's proving to be a better horse than I think we thought of her.
She's very good.
Yeah, no,
well done,
she's
Mr.
good.
Botus.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, and then if I can just get the winning groom to come and stand next to me. Lovely to have the winning groom who will collect World Sports Betting's 1,500 Rand check from the lovely ladies. Just quick a word from you. I mean, your horse looked exceptional. Not the first 1,500 Rand that you're going to get, but well played over here.
Yes, yeah, it's a nice horse. Well done to the groom. I'm not the groom. Shorty looks after the horse. So we, a big team, working hard to win races. Always there.
Super stuff. If you can just go and collect the 1,500 Rand. Thanks, ladies. There we go. That's from World Sports Betting. You can just show the camera. And Warren Tennis and his whole team doing a great job. And there's lots to look forward to in the new season. That I can promise you when it comes to World Sports Betting. All right, so we're underway with race number 2. We've got the pick 6 starting in race number 3. For now, I'm going to hand you back to the studio. And you can wait for that all clear.
Here, set to go in the opening leg of the place accumulator, and they are dispatched. Brotherhood of Magic was the first to respond and goes off for the early lead ahead of Lady Dynamo, and the Grey Punta Alta wants to get a piece of things early on. Towards the inside is Water Time and Valero, and dropping back is Lafort Bayon, who races at the rear end, and 7 lengths off the leader now as they head down towards the 1,400 metre mark. And it's the Grey Horse Punta Alta that has gone for the lead here. She's gone ahead by a couple of lengths here from Brotherhood of Magic in second. Lady Dynamo races away in third, and then came Water Time with Valero back in the 5th position, giving that leader 7 lengths start, and Lafort Bayon is the trailer. As they race down past the side of the course, onto the side of the course now, and towards the 1,000 metre mark, and Punta Alta the leader by just over a length. Brotherhood of Magic is a clear second. Then came on the outside Lady Dynamo, the black cap, racing with Water Time. They fall 5 lengths off the leader, and Valero's been sat on, gives the leader 6 lengths start. Lafort Bayon is the trailer, about to round the home turn with 800 metres left to go. The leader is still Punta Alta, led it by 2. Brotherhood of Magic racing second. Water Time is down there inside in third. Lady Dynamo, the black cap, is starting to feel the pump, and Valero's going to come outside of it for its run. Lafort Bayon is down the inside now as they race with 500 metres left to go. Punta Alta's about to be tackled up front here by Brotherhood of Magic, and Valero's warming to the task on the outside. Then came Lady Dynamo's rattling back and further back to the other 2. Now Brotherhood of Magic goes for home, but on the outside Valero is a danger. It's Brotherhood of Magic from Valero in the closing stages, 200 to go. Brotherhood of Magic half a length, but Valero's all over it down the outside. Brotherhood of Magic, those keeping rolling from Valero. It's Brotherhood of Magic that's going to capture the win here. Brotherhood of Magic beats Valero, 4 lengths away. Punta Alta time. Little to choose between them, and I can tell you that they've both ended up as R2.40 a win on the tote, so we don't know yet who the tote favourite is. It looked like either of the two could win with 200 metres left to go, but Muzi Yerni has found that little bit extra from number 6, Brotherhood of Magic, to capture the win here by a neck. from the Hollywood runner Imvalelo. Mike de Kock back in second. Punta Alta, much improved run for third, and Lafort Bayern with What a Time rounding up the runners here. Only 6 of them. The late scratching was that of Vashimi Inari, but either way it goes for the tote favourite. You'll be in both the bipot and the place accumulated if you took the favourite Vashimi Inari, because these two were head and shoulders above the others in form and in the finish too. Brotherhood of Magic is owned by Brannon Burtis, that's Baron's son, bred by Bush Hill Stud. He's a son of Willow Magic out of the Grays Inn mare Sisters of Mercy. And Brotherhood of Magic captures race number. But said nothing to choose between them as far.
Welcome back. Race number 3 is the first leg of the pick 6, and runners and riders are in the parade. In fact, all runners and riders with the exception of Caden Brewer and number 11 Waterlucy. The reason why they're not on the parade ring is they're going to be on course in just a moment. Lucky Hudalakas was here. I told Lucky if you're still around after she leaves the parade ring, I'll have a quick word to you, but I actually have a feeling that he's out on course, or taking Waterlucy out on course with the groom, just to make sure she keeps a lid on things. But if I don't find Lucky, I'll give you a report of what I saw in just a moment. Here's number 2, Wilkies. Atandewe Mgudwa takes the ride for Syndicate Grey. Of the race runners, she'll stand a good chance. She was beat Riders Maiden when there was money for Wilkies. She's going to win a race this winter. I think it all depends on how well equipped and how well behaved the first timer is. Number 3, first timer I'm talking about, Donald Geertz and Brett Webber team up with his daughter Flying the Flag, who's bred to get a lot further, and she's just turned 4. She's quite a big filly who's just getting above herself in the ring. Paul Matchett trains Pila Sunday. Well, he takes around. We spoke to Paul Matchett before the first race. He thought that she was one of Paul's best runners on the card, but he's not totally confident about the runners that he's brought here. So Si Veloce, good place chance. Number 6 is Contra Fiscum. Gavin Lorena's about to get a leg up. He replaces Cabello Mazzaniani for the Azzy trained daughter of Patala Palace. Well, she looks like an Azzy runner. She's come here in good shape. She's also not the biggest daughter of Patala Palace. I think the mother won a few races precedent. Yeah, number 6, Contra Fiscum on the last run stands a bit of a chance, but she is bred for further, but she's going back to basics over 1,000 meters. So that's a bit of a quandary. Waterlucy, you'll see her, and there she is. There's Waterlucy. All right, so no sign of Lucky, unfortunately, but I spoke to Lucky. I said, are you happy with how she's saddled and how she's behaving? And he said, China, this is her every day. This is how she looks every day, and then all of a sudden she can throw her toys. But he's happy. And as Brandon and I both mentioned after speaking to Lucky individually, she's very quick but temperamental. The red earmuffs, I think, tell you about the temperament. They'll be removed down at the start. But is Lucky happy how she's saddled and how she's behaved thus far? The answer is definitely yes.
And just confirming, she does look a picture too. Alistair, on the track ahead of the others, is the ruling favourite, the newcomer, number 11, Waterlucy. She's by Waterwinter, out of the very speedy filly herself, Lucy. Caden Brewer is the rider for the Lucky Hudalakas stable, backed in from, I think, 5-1 into 15-10 yesterday. We'll take a look at the latest betting movements shortly. As the ruling tote favourite at £2.80, a win £1.40 a place. Pick 6 pool almost up at 700,000 Rand already, so that's a decent pick 6 pool. 692,000 Rand is the current pool with 8 or 9 minutes remaining. Balance of the field for the third race, the www.soccer6.co.za maiden plate, over 1,000 meters. Well, stepping out onto the track now. Here is number 4, C. Veloci and Pilasand and Nkoli. Number 2, Wilkies and Magudlwa. Number 7, Cocktail Girl, Raymond Danielson. Number 8, Racing Pigeon, Diego de Gavea. 3 is Flying Puma. Apprentice Donald Hertzen claims 2.5 kilograms. Number 10, Fatum Fluffy and Chase Mojan. Number 9, Right Turn on Red, Nathan Klink. Jockey change here is for number 6, who's about to come out. That's Contra Fiscum. Gavin Lorena rides number 6 now. And this is the final horse to go to post number 6, Contra Fiscum. The scratchings are 1 Empress Game and 5 White Hills. So 9 runners left to contest the third race, the opening leg of today's pick 6. And What a Lucy was backed in from 4 to 1. All the way into 13 to 10 is now eased out. There's 5 to 2 available about What a Lucy. Number 2, Wilkies is at 4 to 1. Number 4, C. Veloci is at 9 to 2. And number 6, Contra Fiscum has just shortened into 7 to 2. A bit of money now late for Contra Fiscum. Let's go back to Alistair and to Brandon to take us through their selections for race 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. There's 6 minutes to get involved as we get a nice shot of the first timer, trained by Lucky Udalakis. What a Lucy, who's at 5 to 2. Number 2, Wilkies at 4 to 1. 6, Contra Fiscum at 4 to 1. 4, C. Veloci's gone 5 to 1. Fatum Fluffy, number 10's at 9 to 1. And you can write your price about the balance of the field. The pick 6 starts now. I see we went to 731,000 Rand. Alistair, 5 to 2 now. What a Lucy. I know that we've both been waiting to see her come out. She looks very relaxed for now. I did get in touch with Lucky Udalakis yesterday, and a big thank you to Lucky. When I popped him a message, he replied almost instantly. And yeah, I mean, a horse apparently that shows a bit of speed back at home. His exact words, she's quick but quirky, and that's why we're opting to go to Turffontein. It's somewhere that down to the start beautifully, very well bred. We know that family have got quite a bit of speed. What did you make of her out back, Ali?
Looks very well, Brandon. Obviously speaking to Lucky as well. We spoke to him independently, like good professional presenters and conveyors of information should. And yeah, my message was quick but temperamental, pretty much exactly the same as yours. So thanks very much to Lucky for that. Lucky was here when number 11, What a Lucy, came into the parade ring, and I said, right, are you happy? And he's very happy with how she's saddled up and how she looks and how she's behaving. But he also did warn that this is her every day. She's an absolute lamb until all of a sudden the light bulb goes off and she gets a little bit clever for her own good. So far she hasn't done that. I was interested in your comments, and I got a little bit more background from Lucky about the fact that she's always that this is her first time at Turffontein. That's the line of thinking, rather than running her at home, that she's a bit too familiar with everything at home, knows all the gates, knows all the gullies, and you know, knows her way around the Vaal. So coming to Turffontein, foreign ground, and showing her something different where she doesn't know where the gates are, doesn't know where home is, and hopefully that will keep her mind on the job. So that is the rhyme and reason to having What a Lucy make her debut here at at Turffontein. Obviously, the sister Lucy English was trained by Lucky. She has well-documented breathing problems and a seriously good filly, and she'd have achieved a lot more if she didn't have those issues. But the mother, Lucy, if I remember correctly, was definitely trained by Lucky Goodalocus, but I think she won on debut in a work riders race at the Vaal, and she was punted off the boards. Was Lucy. So Lucky obviously knows the family well. I think it's grand that the Drakenstein stud, as they do with Lucky, have supported Lucky with this filly, obviously from a family that he knows well, and hopefully the early money for those that took the early price about number 11, What a Lucy, is spot on. But the latest support has been for number 4, Si Veloce. Matchy's actually sitting right next to me, and I spoke to him before the first race about his runners, and he said we haven't come with the strongest hand today, but he thinks Si Veloce and Queen Bomi are the best from his yard, and they both have very good place chances. I thought she was the best looker in the ring. It was hard to get a gauge on What a Lucy because she was by herself. She left the parade ring early. But when Si Veloce queued up with all the others in the ring, she comfortably stood out compared to all of the others. So read into that what you will.
Yeah, I'm just watching this first-timer closely behind the gate. Nice and relaxed. You can't fault the way she's got down to the start for now. I think it's natural that some of these horses are going to develop a bit of a sweat. It is quite warm in the sun. You can see on the far side, Contra Fiscum. Gavin Larina's picked up the ride. He's just jumped off to check the saddle. Let's talk about the daughter of Patala Palace. A good second last time out behind Sigrid Swing. I know we've spoken about this horse a number of times, Al, and we can't wait. Both of us can't wait for the day that she does go over a bit of ground. Went down to the start exceptionally well. Will this be there to pick up the pieces if the first timer fluffs its lines?
I do prefer Si Veloce if the first timer fluffs her lines. My reasons for that is because Si Veloce has run with Contra Fiscum in the run to Damo Star, and Si Veloce beat Damo Star. So I don't see any reason for that to swing round. But with regard to Contra Fiscum, first of all, she holds Cocktail Girl, who I think has got a place chance here. But going back to 1,000 metres puzzles me. She's built like a sprinter, but she ain't bred to be a sprinter. It's funny that we say that she's looking for further. They've got to remember that the half-sister Hatter is with Michael Robertson. She's an out-and-out speedball. So maybe handed side of the family and thinking that Contra Fiscum needs a bit of a trip. But I think if the first timer fluffs her lines, the number 4 Si Veloce could be the one, Brendan.
All right, so let's watch this first timer closely as they start with the loading process. Still trading at about 22 to 10, 5 to 2 is What a Lucy. It is pick 6 time. We went to nearly R1 million. Up to you, Nick OK.
Yeah, nearly R1 million in that pick 6. 963,000 as they start to load up. Flying Puma was the first horse to move up. Busy now with Fatom Fluffy to go forward. Drawn up to the stand side of the track. Sure we'll get to R1 million here in that pick 6, and nice pools on this standalone Turffontein Saturday meeting. Fatom Fluffy loading up to the outside. Racing Pigeon to come in. Wilkies. Si Veloce. Si Veloce coming forward. Riders out the irons on Flying Puma. Donald Geertsen not going to get back aboard just yet. She is playing up in the stalls. What a Lucy to come forward. Contra Fiscum has gone in ahead of What a Lucy. Cocktail Girl still to load up too. Cocktail Girl just about ready for the start here. 1,000 meters to sprint. Cocktail Girl into gate number 3. Right turn on red is playing up in 6. Settles. We're ready. We're set and they're racing, and the favourite stood a little bit. What a Lucy was slow out the gates, lost about 2 lengths. Flying Puma began well. Racing Pigeon, Wilkie, Si Veloce shows good early gallop. Fatom Fluffy's behind that. Then Cocktail Girl and Contra Fiscum. The favourite What a Lucy down the centre, the light blue colours. 5-6 lengths to make up, and right turn on red is further back. 600 metres left to go. The action on the stand side. Si Veloce led it from Flying Puma down the centre. Wilkie's only got a length to make up. 2 lengths away, Cocktail Girl. Lucy still 6 lengths off the leader. On the outside is Racing Pigeon, and then came Contrafiscum. Veloce is the leader with 300 meters left to go. Hard up on the outside from Wilkie's. Down the inside, Flying Puma is still well into the hunt too. 150 out, Veloce. Flying Puma's down the center, and then comes Wilkie's, who's running on. It's Flying Puma on the outside. Veloce, Flying Puma, Veloce. Got home, I think, from Flying Puma. Wilkie's will run third, and in behind that was Lucy. Veloce on the stand side of the track, and the runner that attracted no support whatsoever was a Flying Puma, number 3, at 43 rand 90. Anyone thought that if a first time was going to win, it was lucky or the larkers is, but Brett Webber's given them a run for its money, but Veloce has got up to win it. Veloce will beat home number 3, Flying Puma, at any old price. Back in third will be Wilkie's. And then came Contrafiscum, actually, fourth ahead of Lucy, only fifth. Always a danger with first-timers. You just don't know what they're going to do, but she was slow out the gate. She never recovered from there, Lucy. And she was too clever for her own good today, Lucy. She lost ground at the start. She does run on into that 5th position, but she was well beaten here. And beaten by Veloce, who comes from the bang-in form yard of Paul Matchett. Pilla Sandemkoli is the winning rider for Mrs. Van Rensburg and Paul Matchett. And the daughter of Rafif is out the maidens in her 8th start. She'll win it by a long head from the newcomer. Donald Geertsen back in second. Rode it awkwardly, I thought, inside the closing stages. And back in third will be Wilkie's, another honest run from St. John Gray's horse. But here is Veloce beating home Flying Puma into second. Third to Wilkie's.
Cracking race to watch. You had one on the middle inside, and hard up on the outside was Veloce under a terrific ride from Philisande and Toli. Well done to Paul Matchett, well done to Mrs. R. van Rensburg and to Paulie Matchett. They're involved in partnership. Bred by the Piemonte Stud Farm, was only bought for 50,000 rand and has been there and thereabouts and gets it right. Shows that natural toe out of the machine, and that's going to pay Fief. All right, so good race to watch on the tote. 3 rand 20 a win, 1 rand 50 a place about Veloce. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis. He'll put a lid on race number 3 in what looked to be a very good pick 6 pool.
Yeah, pick 6 pool reached 1.28 million, so 1,280,094 rand. That's a very good pick 6 pool for us. We've been not getting close to that with no carryovers to boot, but 1.3 almost in the pick 6 today. Victory to number 4, Veloce, has had her last 2 starts down in Durban, enjoyed the trip back to Joburg. She showed tremendous pace out the gates, and she's a winner here in race number 3. For trainer Paul Matchett, bred by the Piemonte stud of Lee Scribanti. Mtoli wins aboard the 3-year-old Bay filly by Rafif out of the O'Reilly mare Arusa, owned by Mrs. R. van Rensburg and Mr. Paul Matchett. Confirming the second placing to number 3, Wilkie's, or rather Flying Puma. Wilkie's was third. Flying Puma paid 8 rand 10 a place for second. Third to number 2, Wilkie's, and fourth was number 6, Contrafiscum. Well done to the connections of Veloce. 2 lengths away, Cocktail Girl. What a Lucy, still 6 lengths off the leader. On the outside is Racing Pigeon, and then came Contrafiscum. C. Veloce is the leader with 300 metres left to go. Hard up on the outside from Wilkies. Down the inside, Flying Puma is still well into the hunt too. 150 out, C. Veloce. Flying Puma's down the centre, and then comes Wilkies, who's running on. It's Flying Puma on the outside, C. Veloce. Flying Puma, C. Veloce, C. Veloce. Got home, I think, from Flying Puma. Wilkies will run.
Again, a very good race to watch, but it's the outside fence that's going to play in favour of C. Veloce, the daughter of Rafif. A big well done to Mrs. R. van Rensburg and to Paulie Matchett. They're involved in partnership over here, bred by the Piemonte Stud Farm. I see 50 grand was the purchase price for C. Veloce, and done nothing wrong to date. Well done, Phyllis Sunday. I thought that was an excellent ride from you. Long may the hits continue. Always showed speed out of the machine, hard up towards the outside, and gutsy win at the end.
Thank you so much. You know, this filly, she fought very well. Mr. Matchett told me that I must get her to jump out the pens because she's been slow out, and when I rode her in Durban over 1200, she ran a good race. She only got beat 0.90 by the one-time winners. Then today I knew that I have a bit of a chance to win on her if she comes out very well. Obviously she came out very well, so I was sitting, cruising along the rail. Then she quickened all the way to the line.
And I mean, a great partnership that you're going with, Mr. Matchett. I mean, wonderful trainer, and long may it continue. I think it's going to be a good season for you guys.
You know what, Mr. Matchett has been trusting me a lot. He's been giving me a lot of opportunities. I really appreciate that. You know, I really thank him a lot for giving me a nice opportunities, and I just want to thank him, and also thanks to his partners for letting me ride this filly, and also thanks to my sponsor, Stone Stamco. Thank you so much.
Phyllis Sunday, before you run off, I know you're a man that likes to look at the computer form. If you had to single out your next best for the punters, what do you like?
I like Queen Bommy today, but she's only got one horse to beat, the favorite. But she always tries. She's always been knocking on the door. Yes.
Okay. Well done, over here, Phyllis Sunday.
Thank you so much, sir.
There we go, and of course to his sponsors, Willem Ackerman. You'll be happy. He had Muzieni a bit earlier on. Well done, Mr. Matchett. Excellent training feats. I mean, a horse that shows that natural speed, and when the conditions on top, you must be very happy.
That's right. You know, firstly I must say well done to the breeder, Lee Scribente from Piemont. Well done to Lee. And thanks for breeding this filly, and we've had a lot of fun with her already, so let's hope she's not stopping here. Well, good, nice ride from Phyllis Sunday, well done to him, and the whole team around this filly, well done to them all.
Mr. Matchett, I know that you were kind enough to speak to Alistair a bit earlier on. If you had to single your next best out, what do you like today?
I think we'd have to just say Queen Bommy got a chance, huh?
When I saw you dressed like this, I said, Mr. Matchett's going to have a winner today, no doubt.
No, I had an important meeting before racing, so
okay.
I had to
Was
come.
that a winner as well?
Yeah,
Good stuff.
it worked out well, so
well done,
this is a bonus, and must say to my World Sports betting sponsors, well done to them.
Another voucher?
They sent two lovely people to present the voucher today.
You want to have a photo with them?
I've had one already.
Good
Thank
stuff,
you.
Mr. Matchett.
Thank
well
you
done.
very much.
There we go. That's Paulie Matchett. Lovely to chat to him. And Aaron, well done. I know that the guys are doing a good job back at home. I mean, things are ticking over beautifully. The horses are looking good at the race course. You must be very happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy for the winning of the horse. Yeah, the groom is looking very nice to this horse, so I'm happy.
What's the groom's name?
Aaron is the groom for the horse, so we are happy for you and all the whole team. We are doing a nice job at the yard. Thank you guys for a good job.
Lovely stuff. If you can just accept the 1,500 Rand from the two lovely ladies from World Sports Betting, and there we go. That's another 1,500 Rand that will go to the winning groom. Paulie Matchett's horses looking in fine fettle. They look in excellent condition, and it's a great ride by Phyllis and Paulie on C. Veloce. The daughter of Rafif's going to become a one-time winner from 8 outings. Wait for the all clear. The racing continues here at the Big T. We go into the first jackpot as our next live race, and that'll be race number 4.
Favourite stood a little bit. What a Lucy was slow out the gates, lost about 2 lengths. Flying Puma began well. Racing Pigeon, Wilkie, Sivalocci shows good early gallop. Fatom Fluffy's behind that. Then Cocktail Girl and Contra Fiscum. The favourite, What a Lucy, 5-6 lengths to make up. And Right Turn on Red is further back. 600 metres left to go. The action on the stand side. Sivalocci led it from Flying Puma down the centre. Wilkie's only got a length to make up. 2 lengths away, Cocktail Girl. What a Lucy still 6 lengths off the leader. On the outside is Racing Pigeon, and then came Contra Fiscum. Sivalocci's the leader with 300 metres left to go. Hard up on the outside from Wilkie's. Down the inside, Flying Puma is still well into the hunt too. 150 out, Sivalocci. Flying Puma's down the centre, and then comes Wilkie's, who's running on. It's Flying Puma on the outside. Sivalocci, Flying Puma, Sivalocci got home, I think, from Flying Puma. Wilkie's will run third, and in behind that was What a Lucy. Sivalocci on the stand side of the track, and the runner that attracted no support whatsoever was Flying Puma, number 3, at 43 rand 90. Anyone thought that if a first time was going to win, it was Lucky or the Larkers, but Brett Webber's given them a run for its money, but Sivalocci has got up to win it. Sivalocci will beat home number 3, Flying Puma, at Ennial. Back in third will be Wilkie's, and then came Contra Fiscum, actually, fourth ahead of What a Lucy, only 5th. Always a danger with first-timers. You just don't know what they're going to do, but she would slow out the gate. She never recovered from there, What a Lucy, and she was too clever for her own good today, What a Lucy. She lost ground at the start. She does run on into that 5th position, but she was well beaten here, and beaten by Sivalocci, who comes from the bang-in form yard of Paul Matchett. Pilla Sandem-Corley is the winning rider for Mrs. Van Rensburg and Paul Matchett, and the daughter of Rafif is out the maiden by a long head from the newcomer, Flying Puma. Donald Geertsen back in second. Rode it awkwardly, I thought, inside the closing stages. And back in third will be Wilkie's, another honest run from St. John Gray's horse. But here is Sivalocci.
Race number 4, one of the races I'm most looking forward to today between this and race 6. This is the Play Soccer 6, 10 and 13 MR96 over 1600 metres. With regard to the soccer pools, PSL started last night, and those pools are going to be top draw going forward for the next number of months. Here's number 1, Stratospheric, good horse, trained by Tony Peter. Craig Zaki takes the ride. Last run came in a middle stakes where he ran third to Bard of Avon. Looked like it was a little bit flat on that occasion, but still ran nicely. So if he can spark up today, then I'm expecting number 1, Stratospheric, to run a very nice race. He beat Crimson King in a graduation plate when Crimson King was well weighted, granted over a distance short of Crimson King's best, and he obviously won the splash out 2200 exactly 1 month ago. Number 2 is Atticus Finch. I love this horse. He looks so well in the ring. Alec Laird trains. Gavin Lorena takes the ride. He beat Tozona last time when being entitled to need the run. He clearly didn't need it badly enough. He looks fit. He looks well. I think he's got all sorts of untapped potential. I was actually just telling Gary Basil now that I think that he's got the capabilities of winning a nice feature. Whether he's grade 1 level, I don't know. Not convinced. I might be convinced after another good win, but the point is I think Atticus Finch is just a likeable, good horse that's going to go through the divisions, and I can't put anyone off the way he looks in the ring. I'm just going to get up to Alec Laird, who's got 2 runners today, ask him about Atticus Finch and Quasi's Lady. Alec, has he come on from his last run? Well, first of all, how badly did he need his last run when he won? Do you think he needed it badly?
He was well prepared. We thought he would win last time. Look, I think he's come on a bit just naturally, and he's come through his prep very well. The 2 of them are both quite well, so I'm hoping for the best.
Well, you've answered every question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Alec Laird. Well, there we go. There's Atticus Finch and Quasi's Lady all in one full sweep. Number 3, Tozona. Blinkers off, pacifiers on. He's not as big as a stable companion, and probably not quite as striking as Atticus Finch. Well, no one's as striking as Atticus Finch. That would be a bit of a off-sans remark. But yeah, number 3, Tozona, been going close. Whispers of War in his subsequent run ran poorly. That is Whispers of War, though. Glowing, the son of William Longsword, not the biggest William Longsword. I actually have a theory about not big progeny by William Longsword. They can generally run, and Tozona is definitely along that analogy. 4, Trident King, trained by Alson and Zolana. He's got the entire squad here. Muzieni now takes the ride on the son of Pathfork, and walking around nicely, taking in the surroundings. Obviously no stranger to these parts. Number 4, Trident King. Last run got a bit to do to turn around with Atticus Finch, though. Can't wait for the day that Elson has his first winner, though, as a trainer. 7, Pragmatist, trained by Johan Janse van Vuren, ridden by JP van der Merwe. He actually catches my eye, does number 7, Pragmatist. Just to go through Johan's comments that he sent this morning about Pragmatist. He's a weak animal, hence his in and out runs. I do think he's feeling good, though, is what he says about Pragmatist, and he looks like he's feeling good, so maybe expect better. He's got bits and pieces of form that actually put him into the picture here. Number 8, Baser, yeah, I've always held the opinion, and I actually still hold the opinion that he is a better horse on the inside track, but his form update on Tuesday for running 3rd, a length behind Running Rifles at the Vaal, it makes me think about number 8, Baser. Do I think he can beat Atticus Finch and Stratospheric? No, but I've got more time for him now than I did when the card was printed on Tuesday. Kotinos, number 9. Good old Kotinos. Which Kotinos is here today? A nice relaxed one is the answer, but he's in and out. His last run coming back from a layoff was excellent behind Sir Yaverman. He nearly turned over the red hot favourite. He looked really well on that occasion, did number 9 Kotinos, and he looks to have kept that condition. Nice glow to his coat, the son of Var. He can do absolutely anything. Diego de Gavea is about to get on board. 10, Bloomington, I would suggest is similar to Baser in that best on the inside track, and I'm looking forward to seeing him get onto that tight turning track where he can utilise that turn of foot, which is his biggest weapon on the inside course.
Your attention please, runners, for the opening leg of the first jackpot, and now leaving the parade ring. Race 4 we've moved on to is the Play Soccer 6, 10 and 13. Merit rated 96 handicap over 1,600 metres. Jackpot pool is already on 237,000 rand. Scratch share of 5 Global Impact and 6 Tamarisk Tree. Number 4 Trident King becomes a chance ride for Muzi Yeni. And note number 3 Tizona. The blinkers have been replaced by the pacifiers. So no blinkers, pacifiers instead for number 3 Tizona. Latest betting on the tote, the favourite number 2 Atticus Finch at R2.60 a win. Number 3 Tizona is at R4.50. Number 1 Stratospheric is at R5.30, and it's R9 and upwards bar those. On the track is number 1 Stratospheric. Craig Zaki rides. Here's number 4 Trident King for the Elson and Zalana yard. Muzi Yeni writes. Number 3 is Tizona, apprentice Caden Brewer. Seven is Pragmatist and JP van der Merwe. Number 2, Atticus Finch, Gavin Lorena. Atticus Finch, number 2. 8 is Bay Suye, Chase Morjan. Number 9, Cotinos, Diego de Gouveia. And the last horse down, number 10, Bloomington, and Atandire Magudla. That's the field for race 4. Jumps at 2:05. You've got about 50,000 rand strong and climbing as we cross back to Brandon and Alistair to call what they like in race 4.
Okay, so we move along to the first jackpot. I tell you, the pools have been outstanding with the tote this afternoon. We went way over R1 million in that pick 6. Race number 4 is the Play the Soccer 6, 10 and 13. Merit rated 96 handicap. It is over 1,600 metres. And Ali, I was listening up to you. I didn't know you were following the PSL league, but I mean, wonderful stuff. The tote has got that soccer option. I know it's a big money spinner. We're not too far away with the Premier League obviously getting underway, and there's lots to look forward over there. I mean, your team, how are they going along? Any news that you've heard in the transfer windows and what's been going on in the soccer?
Who's prompted you? We haven't spoken about soccer in 8 years. I don't even know you support anymore.
Well, look, I listened to what you say, and when you touched on PSL, I thought, you know what, an excellent time to touch on the fact that the tote does offer that option to play the soccer. What's been happening in the PSL that's caught your attention?
Sundowns won yesterday, first game of the season. They beat Skokune United. Lots of games today. Sundowns are certainties to win the league. Sundowns, Man City. I mean, what else can you get? I actually think I was going to suggest the French league, PSG, but I think there are a few teams that have likely to close the gap. But also the English Championship started last night as well. Southampton beating Sheffield Wednesday. That'll be fiercely competitive. About my team, I'm probably going to get lynched for this. Funny enough, the part owner of Atticus Finch, Mr. Clark, is an Aston Villa supporter, and I just told him now I think we're going to run in the first 4. And I'm the biggest pessimist with Aston Villa. But we've signed Yuri Tielemans, Diaby, and another hotshot, Po Torres in defence, Unai Emery at the helm. If Europe doesn't catch up to us, we can't beat Man City. I think Liverpool are going to run in the first 4. I think United, Arsenal are going to have good seasons, but we'll be there and thereabouts with Newcastle. I promise you we'll be in the top 6, and a good chance we'll run in the first 4.
All right, there we go. Thanks to Ali. Just a reminder again that the tote does allow you to play all the soccer 6s, soccer 13s, and the soccer 10s. There's big money to be had. Moving on to the first jackpot, Al, I was watching you, and obviously great that you got that comment from Ali Gled with number number 2, Atticus Finch, because he's a smashing-looking son of Master of My Fate. It's interesting that they really thought, they were confident that he would win last time out, so there's got to be a lot of improvement with this guy.
Look at him. What a showman he is, Atticus Finch. I really, really like this horse, just as a horse. And do I think he can win today? Yes, because I'm of the opinion, if not Atticus Finch, then who? Then it becomes quite an open playing field. I actually didn't think he could win his last start, unlike what Alec revealed subsequently. I thought he'd need the run, and the way that he won, beating a lot of the horses that he meets again today, is just encouraging. I think he's untapped. I think that he's good enough to win. I don't know what level of feature. I don't think he's a grade 1 horse, but I think he's good enough to win some sort of feature along the way, if not a few. I could almost see him sort of going the charity mile route off a lightweight, and you know, if he were to get 2,000 meters, perhaps even sneaking into the Betway Summer Cup off a lightweight. But anyway, he's got to pass this test and probably another one before they can think that big. I love how he looked in the parade ring. I like Alec Laird's comments that he liked him last time, and he's come forward with that run under the belt. If he has, considering that he's got about half the field held, then I think he can win again.
Yeah, it looks to be a decent price. I think you're getting 5-2 Atticus Finch. That does look to be quite a bit of value. Let's talk about number 1 Stratospheric quickly, because also a smashing looking son of What a Winter. I was having a good chat with Daryl Marie yesterday, and we all of the opinion that probably he's a better horse around the turn, huh? Stratospheric.
Yeah, possibly. I thought he was a little bit flat last time at the Vaal, funny enough, in finishing third behind Bard of Avon. He didn't quite. He looked wide awake in the parade ring. Tony Peters, both his horses look well in the ring. Stratospheric a big, imposing horse, so I'd suggest that he can go well. But I think overall, Atticus Finch is just a better horse. Of the 2 Tony Peter horses, I think Stratospheric a better horse than Cezona, so we'll see which way it goes today. I think Stratospheric will be in front of Cezona, but probably behind Atticus Finch.
All right, just quickly, Al, I know lunch has been served. We just got 3 minutes until the jackpot closes over here. This was Trident King. Now, I did have a good chat to James Goodman last time out about number 4 Trident King, and yeah, I mean, he would have needed the run. He had moved stables. He's now trained by Alson and Zalana, and it's interesting that he was taken to the front, because I think he's a better horse when he's given a bit of a chance. I know there was no speed in the race, so I don't think it was any fault of Piers Stratham. He was probably going to try and pull off a masterclass, but he stopped late, showing us that he did need it.
Spot on. I think the best version of Trident King is Dangerous. Zalana as his first winner. Maybe the handicap has just got the grip of Trident King. He's a 90, and when he was doing well, he was in the 70s, so that is a little bit of a worry. I see no reason why Trident King's suddenly going to turn the form around with Atticus Finch, even though he's got 2.5 kilos to play with, but I expect better.
Cezona?
Chance. What worries me about Cezona, even though he went quite close to Atticus Finch last time, Whispers of War ran no sort of race subsequently. I know that's Whispers of War's traits. He's quite in and out. I thought Stratospheric looked better to me, not that I could mark down Cezona.
So in wrapping it up, because I mean, we're going to get a jackpot on, we're going to rush off. We had this conversation with Clyde last time out. We begged, or I heard you and Clyde begging Daryl Marie to take the jackpot, and it funny enough landed, and you would have been in for a good sum.
And not a bean, hey? I think Clyde actually managed to get that jackpot on, because he's gone into hiding since. So I think he's spending some of that money. Look, for me, it's either Banker Atticus Finch or Look Wider. I like Quasi's Lady too much in the second leg. I think only 3 or 4 horses can win race 6. They are 1, 2, 7, and 8. And the final leg of the jackpot, race 7, that's where I have to look for a result, because I actually don't see it in the first 3 legs.
All right, yep, we're going Atticus Finch. I think he'll take a power of beating over here. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis. The loading process is well underway.
Thanks very much. Yes, they are loading up at the 1600 metre marker. Trident King's about to go up now. Trident King is loaded along with Pragmatist, Tizona and Bloomington. They're trying to bring forward Atticus Finch now. So handlers up to the favourite Atticus Finch. Bayesier still stands out, as does Stratospheric and Kotinos. Atticus Finch has gone in. Bayesier moved up. Stratospheric and Kotinos will be the last 2 to go forward. Kotinos to complete the lineup. 1600 metres. They're set and they're off and racing to a good beginning for them. They jumped away really nicely here. Towards the outside, Atticus Finch was one of the first to respond. Also right up there is Tizona in the early stages. So Tizona goes off to show the early gallop here. So Tizona clears away by a couple of lengths here. From back in second along the inside, Atticus Finch. On the outside of them comes Trident King. 2 lengths away to Bay CA and Bloomington. Stratospheric is racing back in 6th position, about 5 lengths off the leader, with Cotinos and Pragmatist the last 2. There's about 8 lengths covering them as they round the side of the course here, and they go towards the 1,000 metre marker, and it's Tizona up front, cleared away by just over 2 lengths from Trident King, who's racing with Atticus Finch in a joint share of second placing. Back another 2 lengths to Bloomington along the inside of Bay CA. 3 lengths away to Stratospheric, gives the leader 7 lengths start. Further back to Cotinos and Pragmatist will be the trailer. They become homeward bound and turn for home. They've got 650 to go, and Tizona adopts the front running tactics, led by 2. Atticus Finch is racing second, Bloomington, then Trident King. Behind that is Bay CA. The big white face of Stratospheric is starting to warm up on the outside of the track, and then came towards the inside Cotinos. 400 metres left to go, and Atticus Finch has picked up the advantage with Tizona. Down the inside is Bloomington, 3 lengths away to Stratospheric. 250 out, and Atticus Finch holds the advantage here. Down the inside is Bloomington. Then comes Tizona, who's trying to fight back, but Atticus Finch is the one to beat with 100 metres left to go, and Atticus Finch is going strongly that last 100. Atticus Finch goes on to beat Tizona, Bloomington, then Stratospheric. Behind that, Cotinos, Bay CA, Pragmatist, and further back in the field came Trident King. Good win here by the favourite number 2 on the card, Atticus Finch, and another top ride by Gavin Lorena. There's lots in store for this horse. He won like a good horse should today. 2 rand 20, a win well backed in the tote. 1 rand 10 a place, and goes on to beat Tizona, who, to his credit, fought back in the closing stages but is soundly beaten. Bloomington has run a good race back in 3rd for the Habib stable. Stratospheric had every chance but didn't quicken up enough, and behind that came Cotinos. Here's a look at the head-on replay. Great to have a good old friend Bob Urim in the commentary box here. He, of course, these days works for World Sports Betting, but we've known each other decades. But it's great to see Bob today and his fellow countrymen and people that work out for World Sports Betting. But Atticus Finch, they won't be happy with this result, the bookmakers, because they lumped on this. But Atticus Finch has beaten home Tizona, and Bloomington ran back in 3rd. Back to the studio.
There we go. Great performance from Atticus Finch. You've got to be very impressed with the way he's picked them off one by one into the closing stages. I know he's one of Alistair's favourites, and I think he's going to become the people's favourite very soon, because I don't think this is the end of him. He's still very green. You can see he's not quite the finished article just yet, is Atticus Finch. He's now a 3-time winner from 7 outings. So he won last time out beating Tizona. That was back on the 8th of July, and he's breezed on by. He was always travelling with so much zest going through that last 300-400 metres, and he's been heavily back late in the day. 2 rand 20 a win, 1 rand 10 a place on the totes. Number 3 was in second. The 3-horse ran a cracking race. That was Tizona, son of William Longsword. It's another place check for him at 160 a place. 3rd goes to number 10. That'll pay 2 rand 60 a place. A big run from Bloomington. Fabian Habib did say on the Track Talk insert he's expecting Bloomington to be on top of them. Ran a great race in 3rd, and 4th goes to number 1, and that was Stratospheric. So 2, 3, 10 and 1 numbers that you need. Race number 4, that was the first jackpot. Up next, race number 5, and that'll be the start of jackpot 2.
unfavorable for jockey Gavin Larena on the day. He's picked up another win here on number 2, Atticus Finch, going about it the right way today. And certainly a very good performance, mastering the field of the 4th race to win it well. He was well backed on the tote too. Atticus Finch is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Master of My Fate out of the Caesar mare Alexia. Great to have owners on course today. This belongs to Messrs. L. Clark, to Gary Basil, who's always been a huge supporter of the Alec Laird stable. Well done to you, Gary, and to Mr. Grant Cornwell, and to Mr. Gregory as well. Alec Laird stable in hot form. This was bred by Turffontein stud. He's a smashing looking individual, is Atticus Finch, and today he'll win again, beating home Tizona for 2nd, Bloomington for 3rd, and Stratospheric for 4th. Here is number 2, Atticus Finch, on the upward trajectory and seeming to be going all the way here. Wins this merit rated 96 handicap by just about 2 lengths or so. Well done to the owners, Messrs. Clark, Basil, Cornwall and Gregory. And great to have most of the connections on the track with us here today. Alec Laird is the winning trainer. Meters left to go, and Atticus Finch has picked up the advantage with Tizona. Down the inside is Bloomington, 3 lengths away to Stratospheric, 250 out, and Atticus Finch holds the advantage here. Down the inside is Bloomington, then comes Tizona, who's trying to fight back, but Atticus Finch is the one to beat with 100 meters left to go, and Atticus Finch is going strongly that last 100. Atticus Finch goes on to beat Tizona. Bloomington then
welcome back to the winners enclosure, and that was race number 4. They play the soccer 6, 10 and 13, merit rated 96 handicap. A big win from Atticus Finch, number 2, son of Master of My Fate. Well done to Alec Laird. This one bred by the Turffontein stud farm. I see he was bought for 150,000 rand. Well done to Messrs. L. Clark, to Gary Basil, of course, to GC Cornwall and PJ Gregory. He looks to be a horse that we can follow going forward in the not too distant future. Gav, welcome back for the second time this afternoon. I mean, going back to Fushimi Inari, hard luck story. I mean, I know you could see from the TV side of things.
Just in the gate, Brand, and I was chatting for the guys at the back to open up for us, because you know he's going to do something stupid. And unfortunately, he went up and he got his leg caught over the front of the gate, and you know, I think he got a little scratch on the front leg, but the vet couldn't.
Price, that's racing, these things happen, Gav, but you bounce back. Atticus Finch, I mean, he looks to be a lovely horse.
Yeah, he's beautiful. Time ago, I think he must have been a 2 old, and I said to Mr. Laird, this is going to be a racehorse, and just a privilege to ride him today. Big thanks to Mr. Laird. Great job, well done. he's an horse on that.
Look, Mr. Led's got some lovely horses. I mean, you've partnered up nicely with that horse, Royal Guard. I mean, lovely yard, good trainer, lots more to come.
Yeah, definitely.
Gav, well done on the double. Hopefully we'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you very much. Just a big thanks to Mr. Basil, to Mr. Gregory, to Mr. Clark, and to Mr. Cornwell. Thank you very much.
Not all your family here, Gav, are they?
Yeah. Cousins.
Oh, Ash, okay.
Ash, yeah. The big boys, Milano, what's his name? Kapa, Kaha, and Diana.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to have my cousin here, Nicole, from the Seychelles, and I'm sure she's a lucky chum.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Good to have you here. Lovely stuff. Well done, Gav. Good to see you. Let's get Mr. Laird in. Mr. Laird, come and join us. Good to see you as always, Mr. Laird. Long may it continue. I mean, he's a lovely horse, this. Alistair was just saying, and I was listening to your comments, he's progressive.
Yeah, look, he's sort of a light horse, and as he gets older, he probably gets stronger, and it's quite exciting for the guys. It's nice to have a horse like this.
What sort of trip are we looking at, Mr. Laird?
It's a good question, eh? I mean, anything short of a mile's too short, so I think he'll go 2,000 meters at least.
Okay.
Which is where you want to go. I mean, I've been told the Summer Cup is now 5 million. But we've got to try and get him in there, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's big stake money.
If you got a ticket, you got a chance.
No doubt, Mr. Laird. Can I ask you about Quasi's lady?
Yeah, she's as well as she's been. It's quite amazing because she's been on the boil for a while, but she keeps coming back. Her work was good. She's been going. I mean, the two of them pulled each other along. They didn't. It wasn't a trial, but they kind of went together, these two, and their well-being was evident in their work. So we just hope she can pull it off. I must say well done to the guys. At least there's half the teams here. Others are away, one in Durban and one in England. But I'm sure they're watching, and it's really fun to train for these people.
Send us some pounds.
Oh, the pounds are valuable now.
Absolutely.
You have to work hard for it.
Mr. Laird, well done over
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you very much. That's Alec Laird. Great to see Mr. Laird at the races today. He's got some lovely horses at the moment. And Gary Basil, good to see you, sir.
Brandon,
well
nice
done.
to be here again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a lovely horse. You must be super happy with the way he's won today.
I think he's going in the right direction, Brandon. You know, the racing's all one step at a time. He had his setbacks as a 3-year-old. We had to put him away. He seems to be coming back a lot better, so let's hope that he goes in the right direction, and then hopefully we can have a lot of fun. I think I need to thank my partners, Lance, Phil, big guy, and then having my family on course has been fantastic. First time Sots and his girlfriend have been at the race course, so sincerely hopefully we get them hooked. And then to Alec and Gavin. I thought Gavin did a very good job out the gates, keeping the other horse out. And Alec's done a fantastic job bringing this horse back. So what more do I have to say, Brendan? Let's see what the future holds for us.
Yeah, look, you've got to enjoy the moments. I mean, it's great to hear that maybe just the Summer Cup. I mean, 5 million rand. He's still got that untapped potential, so the sky's the limit with him.
Let's give Alec that pressure.
Yeah, let's give him the pressure. He handles well with that.
I'll do that behind the scenes.
Mr. Basil, and to dedicate this one to the boys at Meyersdal?
Yes, definitely. To Mark, Bianca, my lucky charm. Good luck to you guys. I hope you followed us. And to Box 1A, the Victory Box and the Victory Moon Box. They all shout with us. We're together. It's amazing. Racing's a lovely sport when you're winning.
No doubt.
Yes.
Sport of Kings. Good to see you, Mr. Basil.
Thank you.
There we go. Lovely to see Gary Basil at the races this afternoon, and they got a nice horse, Atticus Finch. Remember the name. Put him into the black book. I do want to speak to the groom. If he can just come over quickly, just come and show face, and then we'll obviously get the World Sports Betting check, 1,500 rand. You guys' horse always look at $1 million. I know that you guys have got some lovely horses at the moment. Lots to look forward to. Well done.
Well done, thanks, sir.
There we go. We can just say, come over, ladies, 1,500 rand. That's World Sports Betting, doing what they're doing best. And long may it continue for everybody in this game that we love so much. Thank you very much to the team. That's Atticus Finch, number 2, who's won a good race, the son of Master of My Fate. Mrs. Al Clark, Gary Basil, GC Cornwall, PJ Gregory. You look to have a very smart horse on your hands.
Meters, they're set and they're off and racing to a good beginning for them. They jumped away really nicely. Towards the outside, Atticus Finch was one of the first to respond. Also right up there is Tizona in the early stages. So Tizona goes off to show the early gallop here. So Tizona clears away by a couple of lengths here. From back in second along the inside, Atticus Finch. On the outside of them comes Trident King. 2 lengths away to Bay CA and Bloomington. Stratospheric is racing back in 6th position, about 5 lengths off the leader, with Cotinos and Pragmatist the last 2. There's about 8 lengths covering them as they round the side of the course here. They go towards the 1,000 metre mark, and it's Tizona up front, cleared away by just over 2 lengths from Trident King, who's racing with Atticus Finch in a joint share of second placing. Back another 2 lengths to Bloomington along the inside of Bay CA. 3 lengths away to Stratospheric, gives the leader 7-length start. Further back to Cotinos and Pragmatist will be the trailer. They become homeward bound and turn for home. They've got 650 to go, and Tizona adopts the front running tactics, led by 2. Atticus Finch is racing second, Bloomington, then Trident King. Behind that is Bay CA. The big white faces. Stratospheric is starting to warm up on the outside of the track, and then came towards the inside Cotinos. 400 metres left to go, and Atticus Finch has picked up the advantage with Tizona. Down the inside is Bloomington, 3 lengths away to Stratospheric. 250 out, and Atticus Finch holds the advantage here. Down the inside is Bloomington. Then comes Tizona, who's trying to fight back, but Atticus Finch is the one to beat with 100 metres left to go, and Atticus Finch is going strongly that last 100. Atticus Finch goes on to beat Tizona, Bloomington, then Stratospheric. Behind that, Cotinos, Bay CA, Pragmatist, and further back in the field came Trident King. Good win here by the favourite number 2 on the card, Atticus Finch, and another top ride by Gavin Larena. There's lots in store for this horse. He won like a good horse should today. 2 rand 20, a win well backed in the tote. 1 rand 10 a place, and goes on to beat Tizona, who, to his credit, fought back in the closing stages but is soundly beaten. Bloomington has run a good race back in 3rd for the Habib stable. Stratospheric had every chance but didn't quicken up enough, and behind that came Cotinos. Here's a look at the head-on replay. Great to have a good old friend Bob Urim in the commentary box here. He, of course, these days works for World Sports Betting, but we've known each other decades. But it's great to see Bob today and his fellow countrymen and people that work out for World Sports Betting. But Atticus Finch, they won't be happy with this result, the bookmakers, because they lumped on this. Atticus Finch has beaten home Tizona, and Bloomington ran back in 3rd. Back to the studio.
Go on to race number 5, the tab4racing.com fillies and mares 81. They go 1,800 metres. Number 1 on the card, Quasi's Lady, the horse they will need to beat. Alec Laird's struck with the first runner today. Let's see how he goes with the second. Quasi's Lady's turned the corner, so it's going over more than 1,600 metres. She's 3 from 3 in her last 3 starts. I think it's a shrewd move by Alec to put Apprentice Leander Sosibo to take the 2.5 kilos off the back to offset the £4 penalty for her last win. Alex bullish that she's in the same form that she's been throughout the end of summer and the start of autumn and into winter. She's not very big as Quasi's Lady, but she doesn't have to be. Number 2, Summer Fling. Wesley Mowing takes her out for Paul Matchett. I think the most apparent angle in this race, and something for you just to think about, is that this race was an added event after a paucity of entries for certain other races that were programmed, and Paul Matchett came to the party with this race and nominated heaps. Obviously only 3 runs, so he's confident about somebody, and after we spoke to Paul before race 1 and after Brandon got hold of him, he did make Queen Bomi a good chance. Not a good thing, but a good chance. 3 is Last Cheer. She can do damage. She's been off for a while. She's been off for around 6 months. Atandiwem Goodwood takes her out for St. John Grey. Last Cheer is the best performed horse in the race, having been a 6-time winner with nearly 450,000 rand earned. I think she'll need the run, and I think with this run under the belt, she could step forward and reel off a couple more. For Memorial Day, Caden Brewer takes her out for Stephen Moffat. When she won a week maiden, and she's put in 1 or 2 good runs along the way. I think she runs better with a lightweight, to be fair, does number 4 Memorial Day. She's got that today, but I can't see her turning over Quasi's Lady or Queen Bomi. Number 5 is 3 Strands. I think she's got a chance. If Queen Bomi fluffs her lines and, well, rather Quasi's Lady fluffs her lines and Queen Bomi doesn't get the job done, this could be the one. Number 5, 3 Strands. At a gate 1, Chase Morjan takes her out for Cornet Speed. She moved up quite nicely last time out and flattened out, probably showing signs of just being a run away from her peak. She goes 1,800 meters for the first time in her career. She's been 2,000 before, where she wasn't disgraced behind Ipso Facto, who won a few subsequently. I can recommend number 5, 3 Strands, but her recommendation only comes if the favourite Quasi's Lady runs flat and if Queen Bomi isn't there to pick up the pieces. She's almost like the next best. 6 Summerland. Well, Jared Penny did very well at the penultimate start to keep a lid on Summerland because she can be fierce. And then last time at the Vol, that was just on Tuesday when she went blazing off to the front. She's lost her way. She will need to improve. Number 7 is Queen Bomi. Pilasunda Oli rides for Paul Matchett. She's under sufferance. I think she's overdue. That's my worry with Queen Bomi. She's been better placed in races that suit her better, where she's in at the weights and she's failed to get the job done. I can see her troubling Quasi's Lady. I can see her winning if Quasi's Lady doesn't perform. But number 7, Queen Bomi, has just been a little bit costly to follow for me, but she won't be far away. 8 Pretty and Pearls, Paul Matchett and Muzi Yeni team up. Good to see Muzi back on board for Paul Matchett, rolling back to the War of Athena days. I do prefer Queen Bomi from the yard, though. 9 Devilish Dancer was a long way out in her penultimate start when she actually looked like she lost the zest for racing, but she came back a few weeks later and actually ran a reasonable race behind for St. John Grey. She'll need to do a lot more.
Race 5 is the opening leg of Jackpot 2. Runners for the www.tabforracing.com fillies and mares 81 divided handicap over 1,800 metres are about to leave the parade ring. 9 runners here contest this race. Strong favourite number 1, Quasi's Lady, at R1.50 a win and R1 a place. Stake of this race is 90,000 rand. changes in race 5. Current jack and 50,000 rand now, just under 150 grand in the jackpot 2 pool. Some colour changes which we'll go through when in the actual canter pass here. Let's go to the horses on their way to the start. Here's number 1, Quasi's Lady. Apprentice Yanda Sosibo claims the 2.5 kilograms. She is short on the tote at R1.50 a win. 2 is Summer Fling, Wesley Mowing. Number 4, Memorial Day, Apprentice Caden Brewer. 3 is Last Cheer, Atandiwe Magudla. Another look at Quasi's Lady. Number 5 is 3 Strands and Chase Morjan. 6 is Summerland, Jared Penny. One of the colour changes is number 8, Pretty in Pearls. Muzi Yeni wears club black with a blue cap, riding number 8, Pretty in Pearls. Number 7 is Queen Bomi. Pilasande Mkoli wears a black cap on Queen Bomi. And here's number 9, Devilish Dancer. Apprentice Donald Geertsen claims only 1.5 of his 2.5 allowance, and he wears a yellow cap riding Devilish Dancer. That's the field then for race number 5. It's due off at 20 minutes to 3. You've got about 7-8 minutes remaining to get your jackpot 2 bets on, and that pool is now up past 150,000 on 152,000 rand. Let's join our presenters on track. Let's go to Alistair and to Brandon to give us their thoughts on race 5. It's over 1,800 metres.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. We're 7 minutes away from post time. Race number 5 kicks off jackpot 2. This is the www.tab4racing.com fillies and mares 81 divided handicap. It's over 1,800 meters. It goes off at 14.40. The favourites number 1, Quasi's Lady, now trading at even money. 7 Queen Bomi, 7-2. 5 3 Strands has gone 9-2, and it's 14-1 and better. Those very short on the tote at R1.50 a win and R1 a place. Number 1, Quasi's Lady. Alistair, you were telling me off air that 3 Strands, Queen Bomi, huge respect for those 2 individuals. Quasi's Lady, obviously the horse that they all need to beat, but I mean there's been some support, Queen Bomi, and a bit of late support for 3 Strands.
I think those are the 3, but Brandon, I'm convinced number 1, Quasi's Lady, deserves that type of price and deserves to be the one that they all need to beat here. I think it's shrewd of Alec Laird to have put Sianda Sasibo on board to offset the penalty that she incurred for winning her last start, which was only £4 for beating Opera Glass over this distance at the Vaal. She's just turned the corner as a late 4-year-old and now into the age of 5. I see no reason for her to suddenly stop her good form. Alec Laird is obviously firing. His comments about Quasi's Lady were positive before Atticus Finch and obviously after Atticus Finch. She came to the racetrack probably under-delivered for quite a while, but now that she's gone a trip and, you know, obviously being in the right side of the handicapper for a long time, she just looks like she's a level above. Remember, this race was added by the operator by 4 Racing after the paucity of entries for other races. So, you know, Alec Laird was obviously very quick onto the button to get this horse entered. There she is going down to the start. She looked well in the ring. She's not the biggest around, but she doesn't have to be. And that's number 1, Quasi's Lady. I think she's the horse they all need to beat. And like I said earlier, she's the second part of my all to come. The first leg of the all to come, sadly, was a non-start after Fushimi Inari got scratched at the start. But anyway, at least the ticket's not in the bin.
Yeah, absolutely. You're still running. That's all that matters. Now, tell me a bit about Three Strands as well as Queen Bomi. Just for the viewers that didn't catch that interview with Filisande and Toli, they were upbeat that Queen Bomi would run a cracker over here. Healthy respect for the favourite. Filisande did say he's only got the favourite to beat. So, Queen Bomi and Three Strands. Ali, are those the 2 horses we're probably going to play some exactas with?
Yes, I'd almost be prepared to go banker 1 and then bracket 5 and 7 for second in the exacta. Start off with Queen Bomi because I put her just ahead of Three Strands in my pecking order. The worry about Queen Bomi is that she's had better chances and that here she's just undersuffered in the race, and she's obviously coming in the weights in other races and probably had a better chance to have won just according to the official ratings, and she's failed to do so. I think she probably needed her runs after 9 months off the track. She's been running nicely but without getting the job done. The worry is that, you know, getting well beaten by Princess Kesh last time, although Princess Kesh ran nicely on Tuesday, she followed up with a reasonable run but didn't win. I suppose that it wasn't a bad run. There won't be any tears after that. I think number 7, Queen Bomi, is a lively chance, but she's had better opportunities, if that makes sense. Paul Matchett before the races said nothing outstanding today, but his 2 best were Veloce and Queen Bomi with good place chances. The first one won, just won, but Queen Bomi all sorts of respect, but lack of confidence, about her lack of confidence really.
Yeah, just a reminder to the viewers as well, as we now get to 4 minutes until the start of Jackpot 2. Well, it's the last day of the Goodwood Festival. There's been some great racing out in the UK. I know you're a man that follows his UK racing as well. That's just been a wonderful meeting to watch.
And the weather hasn't played ball at all. 5 days on a track that would be, you know, obviously on the heavy side, just goes to show the difference in conditions. And I think that's what a lot of South African racegoers don't actually understand. It's all good and well to turn up at any South African racetrack where obviously, you know, green grass comes at a bit of more of a premium than it does at places like Goodwood, where things are just a lot more natural and all that. You know, so you take into consideration the water tables and what's designed to be in, you know, in place in the UK and what we have here. But yeah, it's been a wonderful festival. I must confess, I was a sucker for Glorious Goodwood, but I'm certainly more an Ebor man. I love York, and that's now less than a month away. That will be towards the middle of August. But all the action through Goodwood. Paddington was sensational. He's just a horse at the moment that looks pretty formidable. Do you have any winners, though, at Glorious Goodwood today?
Look, Al, it's obviously a wonderful meeting. It's not the most straightforward of meetings. If I were going to have a bit of an interest today, I mean, you're not going to get rich, but I thought that was Free Wind in race number 3. Could be quite tough to beat. Frankie Dettori for John and Thady Gosden. I think current price, even money, but I'd probably go and banker that in my personal place accumulator along with many other punters out there. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, well, the 2 cents worth is worth something. I believe they're loading, though. Brandon, are you all in on Quasi's Lady? Because I am.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the drift, Ellie. I see Quasi's Lady's blown out to 15 to 10. Opening price was about 6 to 10. So you're getting closer to 15 to 10. We did speak to Alec Laird. Horse is in a good place back at home, and they are hopeful that she can go and win again. So I'm all in with that, and maybe we'll link up a few doubles, Quasi's Lady, into a few horses at Goodwood. They're loading up. Let's go to Nico Kritsiotis.
Thanks very much. They are loading up well and truly into that loading process. Memorial Day has gone in with Queen Bomi. Summer Fling will be up next, and Last Year will complete the lineup. We're almost set here. Summer Fling to go forward. Last Year completing the lineup, 1,800 metres in front of them. They're set and away and racing to a good beginning for them over here. It was a nice start, and Queen Bomi appears to be the one going off to the lead with Pretty and Pearls. Quasi's Lady from a deep draw is tucking in, and it's just searching to get closer towards the rail there. Down along the inside, Three Strands has a good early position. Memorial Day is wider out, and Devilish Dancer passes horses too. Then came Summer Fling, racing with Summerland towards the rear end of the field as Devilish Dancer got taken even wider out. Quasi's Lady is is racing second to last with Last Cheer at the back end of the field, and there's 7-8 lengths covering them. As they run past the 1400 metres mark, and Pretty in Pearls and the club black with the blue cap led it to Muzieni, dictating matters out here by just over a length from Memorial Day and 3 strands. 2 lengths away then to Queen Bomi, who hugs the rail. And racing outside of that is Summerland. Devilish Dancers had a horrible trip on the outside. It's not travelling that well either. Behind them came Summer Fling. Here's the favourite Quasi's Lady, just 6 lengths off the leader, and Last Cheer is towards the back end now as Devilish Dancer drops out to last. They're about to be homeward bound, come past the 800 metre marker, and out in front is Pretty in Pearls, led it by a length and a half here from Memorial Day in second. 3 strands along the inside, then came Queen Bomi. Behind that is Summerland. Quasi's Lady's got 4-5 lengths to make up, going to make its way through between runners. Down along the inside of Summer Fling, and Last Cheer has hooked towards the outside of the track as they head on down now into the last 400 metres, and Pretty in Pearl still the leader. Led it here from 3 strands. Quasi's Ladies coming home down the centre. Last Cheer's on the outside with Memorial Day, and Queen Bomi's back towards the inside, 200 out. Pretty in Pearl's the leader. Along the inside is 3 strands. Quasi's Lady is getting the hang of things on the outside and coming home strongly. It's still Pretty in Pearl's. Quasi's Ladies trying to come home. Quasi's Lady's gonna get there, I think. Here it comes. Yes, I think it did it. Quasi's Lady just from Pretty in Pearls. 3rd to 3 strands. Last Cheer 4th. Very close though. Well, 100 metres to go. Pretty in Pearls dogged on the lead under Muzieni. Quasi's Lady and apprentice Sasibo are coming right up to it in the closing stages. Here you'll see Muzi trying on Pretty in Pearls. Quasi's Lady's coming home strongly the outside. Here it comes, and Quasi's Lady gets there a short head. Quasi's Lady gets there the shortest of short heads when Pretty in Pearls looked home and hosed here. 3rd place will go to 3 strands, and Last Cheer will run back into that 4th position. They were followed by Queen Bomi and Summer Fling. Then came Memorial Day and Summerland. Behind that, Devilish Dancer, who did not enjoy it. So Quasi's Lady has come home strongly to just edge out Pretty in Pearls on the line here. Literally on the line. It's a double for Alec Laird. Well done to the connections. These are Gary Basil's colours. So Gary's had a double here today, and it's going to be Quasi's Lady. Very hard to make it 4 wins in a row, but Sianda's eventually got there, much to the relief of a lot of punters out there who bank it on her winning today. She's a daughter of Coup de Grace out of the mare Sublime Lady, and well done to the Kangaroo Group Pty Limited, who bred Quasi's Lady, who never looked like winning except on the line. Quasi's Lady beats Pretty in Pearls. 3rd will go to 3 strands, and the 4th placing to Last Cheer. The favourite punters are back in it here.
That was an unbelievable ride from Sianda Sosibo. Take a bow, sir. Cracking ride from Sianda Sosibo. That last bit looked like she was going to run second, but he quickly changes the stick to the left hand, and that was an unbelievable performance from Quasi's Lady. She drifted from 6 to 10. You were getting 16 to 10 when the last horse went into line. 2 rand 30, a 1 on the totes, and 1 rand a place. Well done to Gary Basil. They on the double today. Alec Laird's on the double today, and a great race to watch. All right, so 1, 8, 5 and 3 numbers that you need. The 8 horse in second, 340 a place. 3rd, number 5 at 150 a drum, and 4th, number 3. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis. The winning connections have just arrived into the front, and they'll be very happy to lead in Quasi's Lady.
Well, nail-biting stuff there, but it has gone to the favourite Quasi's Lady, who gets home under Sianda Sasiba. Well done to Gary Basil, visiting the winners' enclosure for the 2nd time today. So the doubles arrived. Atticus Finch on to Quasi's Lady. Alec Laird, that winning double trainer, and also co-owner of Quasi's Lady. Not easy for a horse to win 4 races in a row, but she's gone ahead and done that today, and she returns 2 rand 30 a tote, win 1 rand a place. Quasi's Lady's a 5-year-old bay mare by Coup de Grace out of the Captain Elmer Sublime Lady, and was bred by the Kangaroo Group Pty Limited. She now has won 6 times out of only 21 starts, and Siyanda Sasibo will get the favourite home here today, albeit by the narrowest of margins. Second to number 8, Pretty in Pearls. Great effort by Muzi Yeni there to try and steal it from the front. Almost did it, Muzi. Very close indeed. Not to be, though, but you tried your damnedest. Third was number 5, 3 Strands. Fourth was number 3 last year. Into the last 400 metres, and Pretty in Pearl still the leader. Led it here from 3 Strands. Quasi's Ladies coming home down the centre. Last year's on the outside with Memorial Day, and Queen Bomey's back towards the inside, 200 out. Pretty in Pearl's the leader. Along the inside is 3 Strands. Quasi's Lady is getting the hang of things on the outside and coming home strongly. It's still Pretty in Pearl's. Quasi's Ladies trying to come home. Quasi's Lady's going to get there, I think. Here it comes. Yes, I think it did it. Quasi's Lady just from Pretty in Pearl's.
Yeah, you've got to say an unbelievable ride from Siyanda Sasibo. It's Quasi's Lady. And at the off, very generous, 16 to 10. Drifted from 6 to 10. You did hear from Alec Laird that the horse was in a good space back at home, and they were hoping that she could obviously go and do it again. What's that? 4 wins on the bounce. Daughter of Coup de Gras. Well done to Alec Laird on his double today. He's had 2 runners, 2 winners, and of course 2 Gary Basil. He'll be a very happy man. I'm sure there's a few doubles that have landed with Atticus Finch. Siyanda, I'm going to say a terrific ride. I've been asked by many people, please give that man a hug on live television. Great ride. I tell you, even though it's a normal Saturday meeting, everybody just erupted as you hit the line because you had got there at the right time. And I mean, she's just a wonderful mare, isn't she?
Very much. In a race like at the top of the straight, I was very confident because I felt that I had so much underneath me, so I just had to put my trust on her, and then she did run very well for me.
Yeah, look, I mean, you were cruising. I said, oh, she's going to get it right today again because, I mean, you gave her the perfect ride. You went in to try and keep her bottled up for as long as possible, pulled her out at the right time, and we know she gives a beautiful kick.
100%, because even just a big thank you to Mr. Lid and credit to Caden because he told me how to ride the horse. He just told me that if you give her double taps, that's when she responds much quicker, because at the first, when I pulled out my stick, I gave her one and she kind of took time to get into it, but once I gave her those double taps, then she got the momentum to get to the line.
Well, Siyanda, you've made a lot of people happy. Well done over here.
Thank you very much. Just a big thank you to Mr. Lid. The horse was well prepped. All credit to him, and big thank you to the Academy and the Riding Masters, and thank you to my sponsors, Havisham Park Farm, and well done to the owners.
Yeah, absolutely. Gary Basil and the family. Well done, Siyanda.
Thank you very much, sir.
Lovely. There we go. Good ride, Siyanda Sasibo. Well done, Mr. Laird. That's a double for you today, and I mean, 2 very nice horses. Good win from her again today.
Yeah, she's look, we're going to keep her in training for a year. She seems to have got stronger, but she's going to go up in the weights. Probably get a bit harder. She only got there today by a short date, and she was claiming 2.5. But yeah, we'll see if we can get blacked up for her as a 5-year-old, and then she can go to stud.
Yeah, I mean, what were your emotions? I mean, I thought everything was right, and then that last, but I thought, okay, she's going to run second.
Yeah, I thought the post was going to come too soon, but she fought for it, and well done to Siyanda. He timed it perfectly. I think she's been an absolute gem, and to race her with Gary, he supported me all along, and this filly he didn't want to come in being by coup de gras and what, but he did me a favour, and now she's returning the favour.
It's 4 on the bounce, Mr. Laird. Well done.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Good to see you as always.
Stop.
Lunch is on you. Well done, Mr. Laird. Lovely to see you, sir. I've actually seen you a few times in the airports, and we've made eye contact. We know each other, we don't know each other. Well done. I mean, what a place to officially say hello, and I mean, she's just been magnificent.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. Great to be on course. First of all, well done to Mr. Led. He's really kept us fully sound. 4 in the bounce. It's very nice to be with my dad and Alec, and owning that 4 in a row is always good. And well done to Alec and my dad, who are in partnership together. It's always fun to race together. The box was erupting, screaming there, and a good ride by the jock as well. I think he timed it perfectly and got her home.
Yeah, I mean, tell me a little bit about what was actually happening in that box, because, I mean, I was just watching the grandstand that last 200 meters, because it looked like she was going to go on by, and then I thought, oh, the post is coming. But, I mean, when she hit the line, everybody, it was like it was a grade 1.
Yeah, look, there were some nerves up there. Guys had to watch the replay again, but I was quite confident that we got it on the line. So chuffed to have another victory with her.
Land a few doubles?
Well, there's a couple running. Let's see what happens. And also, just a hello to my grandmother from Valcom, who's watching today. She doesn't watch too often, so nice that she sees us have a victory today.
Guys, good to see you as always. Long may it continue. Please coming back to the course. This is what we need. We need this bug to bite, and you guys are wonderful people, so well done.
Super, thanks, Brandon.
There we go. Cheers. Gary Basil, well done. I'm hoping that he's hit them clean off their feet. Atticus Finch into Quasi's Lady, and she's certainly done nothing wrong today. She's now a 6-time winner from 21 outings. I'm going to get the lovely World Sports betting ladies to come a little bit closer to me, and we can get the camera onto the 1,500 Rand. Thanks to Moffat. That's the second 1,500 Rand that will be going to the team. And yeah, the gorgeous World Sports betting ladies on either side to make sure that that'll go into the right hands. All right, thank you very much. That's race number 5, Quasi's Lady. Many punters will be happy with that performance. We look forward to race 6 as we start with the last day of Goodwood. That's just about to get underway.
The lineup 1,800 meters in front of them. They're set and away and racing to a good beginning for them over here. It was a nice start, and Queen Bomi appears to be the one going off to the lead with Pretty in Pearls. Quasi's Lady from a deep draw is tucking in, and it's just searching to get closer towards the rail there. Down along the inside, 3 Strands has a good early position. Memorial Day is wider out, and Devilish Dancer passes horses too. Then came Summer Fling, racing with Summerland towards the rear end of the field as Devilish Dancer got taken even wider out. Quasi's Lady is racing second to last with Last Cheer at the back end of the field, and there's 7-8 lengths covering them as they run past the 1,400 meters mark, and Pretty in Pearls and the Club Black with the blue cap led it to Muzieni, dictating matters out here by just over a length from Memorial Day and 3 Strands. 2 lengths away then to Queen Bomi, who hugs the rail. And racing outside of that is Summerland. Devilish Dancers had a horrible trip on the outside. It's not travelling that well either. Behind them came Summer Fling. Here's the favourite Quasi's Lady, just 6 lengths off the leader, and Last Cheer is towards the back end now as Devilish Dancer drops out to last. They're about to be homeward bound, come past the 800-metre marker, and out in front is Pretty in Pearls, led it by a length and a half here from Memorial Day in second. 3 Strands along the inside, then came Queen Bomi. Behind that is Summerland. Quasi's Lady's got 4-5 lengths to make up, going to make its way through between runners. Down along the inside of Summer Fling, and Last Cheer has hooked towards the outside of the track as they head on down now into the last 400 metres, and Pretty in Pearl still the leader. Led it here from 3 Strands. Quasi's Ladies coming home down the centre. Last Cheer's on the outside with Memorial Day, and Queen Bomi's back towards the inside, 200 out. Pretty in Pearl's the leader. Along the inside is 3 Strands. Quasi's Lady is getting the hang of things on the outside and coming home strongly. It's still Pretty in Pearl's. Quasi's Ladies trying to come home. Quasi's Lady's going to get there, I think. Here it comes. Yes, I think it did it. Quasi's Lady just from Pretty in Pearls. Third to 3 Strands. Last Cheer fourth. Very close, though. Well, 100 metres to go. Pretty in Pearls dogged on the lead under Muzieni. Quasi's Lady and apprentice Sasibo are coming right up to it in the closing stages. Here you'll see Muzi trying on Pretty in Pearls. Quasi's Lady's coming home strongly the outside. Here it comes, and Quasi's Lady gets there a short head. Quasi's Lady gets there the shortest of short heads when Pretty in Pearls looked home and hosed here. Third place will go to 3 Strands, and Last Cheer will run back into that 4th position. They were followed by Queen Bomi and Summer Fling. Then came Memorial Day and Summerland behind that devilish dancer who did not enjoy it. So Quasi's Lady has come home strongly to just edge out Pretty and Pearls on the line here. Literally on the line. It's a double for Alec Laird. Well done to the connections. These are Gary Basil's colours. So Gary's had a double here today, and it's going to be Quasi's Lady. Very hard to make it 4 wins in a row, but Siyanda's eventually got there, much to the relief of a lot of punters out there who bank it on her winning today. She's a daughter of Coup de Grace out of the Mare Sublime Lady, and well done to the Kangaroo Group Pty Limited who bred Quasi's Lady, who never looked...
Race number 6 good race this. Between races 4 and 6 are 2 races of the day, and now we go on to the 4 racing thanks and appreciate Stuart Pettigrew Pinnacle Stakes over 1,000 metres. Boy, do I have stories about Stuart Pettigrew. Good stories. Number 1, Mercantor, trained by Pettigrew, is the first horse in shot. Diego de Gavea takes the ride on this horse that's loaded with ability, doesn't run bad races. I think that he's set to go very well here. If not winning, I expect him to go very close. On all conceivable pieces of form, he holds Flower Bomb, so I'd expect him to finish in front of Flower Bomb. Flower Bomb's got to have a good chance as it is. 1 Mercantor gives weight away, but he's probably earned that privilege here. Number 2 is Roll with the Punches. He could be dangerous on a fast track over 1,000 metres. I'm just going to rope in Roy Magnus here with the owners, Mr. Cruikshank and Mr. Leahy, and jockey that he knows well, Francie Herrels, who's up here. Mr. Magna, good to see you. This is a dangerous horse over 1,000 metres, even more so on a quick track.
Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately here, you've got Mover and Shaker, who's also very fast. And if they go too fast, they could cut each other's throats. So, bit of a dilemma, whether to let him roll or sit him in. Anyway, let's see how the race pans out.
And then the next race, Stormy Seas, that's an open race. He's got to be a player.
Look, 1,000 better for him. It's 1,100. Yep. He's a different kind of race. You've got to sit him in from off the pace. JP's capable, so let's hope for a good run.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thanks to Roy Maynard. For what it's worth, I actually have a good record with the trainers that I've spoken to before the races. So there's a word about Roll with the Punches and a free word about Stormy Seas, who runs in race 7. 3 Godswood, Boren Burtis and Francie Herald team up. Boren's not ruling out this horse's chances. He's enigmatic. He came to life suddenly towards the end of the autumn season here on the half out. He's maintained a fair level of form, but without really threatening it his last 3 starts. He's held by Sheldon, he's held by Mercantor, and I don't think he can win, but Boren's not writing him off. No sign of number 4, Mover and Shaker. Here he is. He's coming the other way, so he'll slot in to the gap in just a moment. Rafiki's about to ring the bell. Number 5 on the card is Sheldon. He has a likeable horse. He's done very well. He was picked up by Lawrence Verners after his debut that he made, I think, with Mike Miller, and he's not been a backfire at all. He's a rating 106. Johan's comments about Sheldon this morning, as I just call them up quickly, they read that Sheldon, I don't know if he's a true 106 and if I can get him any better, but small cups go on and trying to squeeze something out of Sheldon. So let's see how he goes with those small cup blinkers on this afternoon. He's just been a lovely horse to follow. No Mercury Sprints, Cape Flying Championship computer form sprint winner, but definitely capable of turning over a field like this. Number 6, Winter Stories. I prefer the stable companion. Fabian Habib trains Winter Stories. Philisande Oli takes the ride. He's held by Sheldon. He's even held by Godswood, although he actually should finish a lot closer to Godswood from that run on the 7th of May. But all in all, he's got a bit to do. 7 is Flower Bomb. Close your eyes when she goes down to the start, but she just continues to defy all expectations. I think Mercantor's got her number at the weights, but every time it looks like Flower Bomb's got more and more to do, she seems to pull out that more and more that she needs to. She's done well, has Flower Bomb. She's not the biggest around, but she'll give a good shout. I was in PE yesterday with Chase Morjan, and I said, I like Mercantor. He says, oh, I'll give Mercantor a good run here.
To race number 6 now. That's the first of our 3 sprint races to round the day up. Race 6, the opening leg of the final pick 3 offered on the day. It's the 4 racing thanks and appreciate Stuart Pettigrew Pinnacle Stakes over 1,000 metres. Field of 8 runners here, no withdrawals. Blinkers go on. Number 5, Sheldon. Favourite is number 7, Flower Bomb, shows 3 rand 10 and 1 rand. Number 8, Captain Hindsight, similar figures, 3 rand 10 and 1 rand at the moment. Number 1, Mercantor, is 5 rand 60 and 3 rand 10 a win. Those are the top 3 in the market. As we move on to the 6th race for a stake of 120,000 rand, a Pinnacle Stakes race. And the first of the horses is coming by here now. It's number 4, Mover and Shaker, the winning rider from the previous race, Apprentice Yanda Sasibo. A lot less pressure on Mover and Shaker than he had on Quasi's Lady. Mover and Shaker on his way by. Number 1 is Mercantor and Diego de Gavea. Number 3, Godswood, Francois Herholt. Here's number 6, Winter Stories, Pilasande and Tori rides. Sports blinkers for the first time in a while. 7 is Flower Bomb, Chase Morjan. 8, Captain Hindsight, Moziyeni. Number 2, Roll with the Punches, Dennis Schwarz. I think there's just one other, and that will be Sheldon, number 5. Sports blinkers today, Gavin Lorena rides. So that'll be the last horse to post. Here is Sheldon, number 5. Gavin Lorena, and a good afternoon. Going by with number 5, Sheldon. So that's the field for race 6. And on the clock, approximately 8 minutes remain. Race is off at 3:15.
Okay, so we got about 7 minutes until post time. The infield board is obviously going to need to be updated because that's not right. 23 minutes until race time. Race number 6 comes up at 3:15. It's over 1,000 meters. The market's got number 8, Captain Hindsight, at 28-10. 7, Flower Bomb at 7-2. 5, Sheldon, 9-2. The 1, Mercantor's at 11-2. And I see there's been some money for Roll with the Punches into 6-1. It's actually a very competitive race. I mean, Captain Hindsight, he's done nothing wrong to date. This is a bit of a step up for him, and he's going up in ratings. What is your first selection?
My first selection is number 1, Mercantor, but let's start off with Captain Hindsight because the way he won last time was no sign of a 7-year-old. That's a horse with all the zest in the world for racing. When I initially looked at this card, I scratched my head. Why is Captain Hindsight running a 1,000-meter Pinnacle Stakes? Surely there's other options for him. When you actually look, he's won 4 times over 1,000 meters. He was a very good 3-year-old. 2 and 3-year-old. He competed at a high level. I think he lost a little bit of that pace and that spark. But coming back to basics, off a lightweight, might work a charm for number 8, Captain Hindsight. But as you said, this is a big level up. Now he's taking on feature race horses this time around, but that's offset by a lightweight. So he's the most interesting runner in the race, but I prefer Mercantor.
Yeah, look, Diego was actually one of the first people I walked into the race course with his lovely girlfriend. And
was he alone?
No, he was with his girlfriend. They arrived. We pretty much pulled in together.
Hand in hand?
Not yet. He was just putting all the security attachments onto the steering wheel.
She needs to put security attachments on him.
Yeah, Diego, he can be unplayable at times, but he's a man that's going to get opportunities in the new season. I've actually spoken to a number of trainers, and they're looking to give Diego the rides that he deserves. Hard-working man. I know he spends a lot of time, obviously, on the golf course after work in the mornings. But, I mean, Mercantor knows this was very well.
I tried to get Diego to play golf this past Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning. He said, I've got important work to do. So that just shows where his head is at the moment. He wants to have a good season, or better season than last season. He, funny enough, is a big race jockey. He seems to find all these Grade 1 horses from time to time. Remember his first one at job for Mike de Kock in the Cape Derby, and then obviously had that memorable Gold Cup day behind closed doors, was sent by Destiny, anything goes. He seems to find them, does Diego. About number 1, Mercantor, I think that he is pound for pound the best horse in the race. His rating confirms that. I think on all conceivable weight turnarounds, Mercantor's got Flower Bomb and a few others held. I know he's got top weight. I think that he's sort of just below Grade 1, maybe capable of placing at Grade 2 level. And I think that what he's been showing of late suggests that a win is just around the corner. Penultimate start, I think he was undone by giving weight to a very, very quick mare in the form of Sheila. Nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty keen on Mercantor. If he doesn't win, he'll be bang there. And this, by the way, is the Stuart Pettigrew racing. Not many people thank and appreciate Stuart Pettigrew. I do. He's a friend of mine. He's grumpy. He's got great stories. He's always worth a chat, but there also could be a little bit of abuse that comes your way. But everyone loves Stu despite the grumpiness.
Yeah, he's a proper horseman. He's had his good horses along the way, and excellent trainer Stuart Pettigrew, and he'll be looking obviously to bounce back with what happened a bit earlier on for Shimi and Nari, and Vicky. I mean, Vicky Veramutu had that one a bit earlier. I did speak to Gavin. I don't know if you heard the interview, but he said the horse just got a bit edgy inside the gates, and it was the right decision at the end of the day by the vet to scratch.
Has to be the right decision, because you're absolutely doomed if look, it goes for 40 to 1 shot, never mind a 4 to 10 shot, and you tend to give the benefit of the doubt, or you want to give the benefit of the doubt. And knowing Dr. Borden and the various other vets, Dr. Reinders, Dr. Sutherland, Dr. Batts, like I've traveling around and getting to know them as well as you and I have, high quality world-class vets. Remember Dr. Wheeler before as well, Dr. Jones, whatever the case may have been. We are blessed in South Africa to have high caliber people working on the racetrack, and there's no way, if you think back to Hawam in the Hollywood Bets Durban July when he was the favourite, played up in the stalls, how do you scratch the horse? But you know it's the right thing to do. You have to do it, especially when you're 4 to 10, because if the horse gets beaten, the vet's going to get lynched. And like I said, even at 40 to 1, your knee-jerk reaction as well is the horse trotting out fine, is the jockey happy? Yes and yes. But also deep down, are you giving connections? Are you giving those that took a speculative stab at putting a horse at 40 to 1 trifectas and quartets a fair shake? So ultimately for Shimi Onari, just has to come back and fight another day. For me, that's better. Had he run the race, he probably wins. We'll never know the true answer to that. But in that situation, at that price, have to take out the horse.
No doubt. Very well said, Al. Just having a look at the best weighted horse going back to race number 6. That is Flower Bomb. You would have spent a bit of time with Chase Majan yesterday in Port Elizabeth. I know Chase enjoys good company after races, that Uber drive back to the airport. Flower Bomb, you've always said, and just to the punters out there, don't watch this horse go down to the start. She'll come back a different prospect. And I see you've just been served second portion of lunch.
Slow down. I've seen what you've just had. You've completely outdone me today. That, by the way, for Flower Bomb is world class going down to the start. That's the best she's ever looked. At the weight, she cannot beat Mercantor. Chase Morjan yesterday, I told Chase, well, not that I told Chase, you know what it's like in the car with all the jocks. What's going on, who do you like, what have you seen and all that. And I told everyone, I said, I like Mercantor in race 6. And Chase says, I'll give Mercantor a huge run for his money. I don't care whether Flower Bomb's got a bit to do on weight turnarounds. Flower Bomb's doing well. And on evidence of the cancer bar, she's doing well.
Let me ask you quickly, Al, because they're going to start loading soon. Race goes off at 15:15, so we've got about a minute to go. This horse, Sheldon, I thought moved down to the start. Excellent. I did speak to Johan. Yeah, look, the blinkers have gone on from what I happened to see. There you can see, I mean, he's moving nicely. He's got to be a run if he puts that last run behind him.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this horse, Sheldon, because he's just a good value for money, honest horse. He's probably not grade 1, grade 2 quality, but at this type of level, he's going to be dangerous. If the blinkers work, I can see him giving them a good shout upstairs. He's drawn towards the outside, which is a big plus as well. Love how he looked in the parade ring. Love how he looked going down to the start. Although not my top selection, big respect.
Okay, they're loading up. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis, doing a great job in the commentary box. This is race 6 and it's over 1,000 meters.
Thanks very much, Brandon. Loading up now. Mover and Shaker was the first horse in, with Flower Bomb going up next. Sheldon's moved up. Captain Hindsight will be the next one. Captain Hindsight. Godswood to go forward. Roll with the punches. Mercantor. Just about ready. Winter Stories goes in. Set to race, 1,000 meters to sprint, and racing away. An okay type of beginning over here with Mover and Shaker, the first one to react from the start. On the outside, Winter Story shows pace. Flower Bomb is there with Captain Hindsight. Sheldon's on the extreme outside. Roll with the punches, not tearing away to the front, has kept 2 lengths off the leader. Mercantor's towards the inside with Godswood. But it's Mover and Shaker with 600 to go that heads the field here by just over a length. Godswood second. Mercantor, Captain Hindsight, and Flower Bomb with Winter Stories and Sheldon. There's a line of 6 of them lying up for second place. And further back to Roll with the punches, but Mover and Shaker continues to roll 320 out. From Sheldon, who emerges as the principal danger. Captain Hindsight. Flower Bomb's got 6 lengths to make up, but down along the inside is Godswood. It's Mover and Shaker with Sheldon looming up large on the outside. And here comes Sheldon to tackle Mover and Shaker, and that's race over. Sheldon goes on to beat Mover and Shaker. Captain Hindsight third, followed by Godswood, and then only came Flower Bomb. A lot never got into it. It was Mover and Shaker, and then the rest were in second, and that's when Sheldon turned it on for Lawrence, Jared and Tessa Werners in the half cup of blinkers today, and Lorena is on the treble. Gavin Lorena rides the treble today, beats Mover and Shaker, gallant in defeat. Third will go to Captain Hindsight, and then came Godswood and Flower Bomb, followed by Winter Stories. He's a 5-year-old son of Karari. They may have found the element that makes a little bit of a difference in the putting in of the blinkers today. And well done to Johan Janssen van Vuren. He won the first race as well today. A double for the yard, bred by Main Chance Farms. Mover and Shaker, clear second today. Captain Hindsight, good enough run third. And behind that was, along the inside, Godswood. That's the running of race 6 with 2 more to go.
They've got the money late in the day. I see very well supported into 4-1 at the Orp, from 8-1 down to 4-1 at Sheldon, number 5, the son of Korari, who moved to the gates beautifully. Top ride, Gavin Lorena. Blinkers went on this afternoon, and he's quickened up in good fashion late in the day. So well done to Johan Janssen van Vuren. That's a double for him. Well done to Lawrence Furners and his family. That's a double for them as well. This one bred by the Main Chance Farm stud, and is now a 6-time winner from just 20 outings, and there's a lot more to come. All right, so I'm going to get you up to Nico Kritsiotis. Sheldon will make his way back into the winner's box shortly. There's just 2 more races to come, and I tell you, there's quite a few people at the course this afternoon. Just a reminder, there's also the boxing later on. I'll talk to Alistair in our next race preview about that. But there's boxing after races, and there's certainly going to be something to watch. All right, so I'll get you back up to Nico K. He'll bring in Sheldon.
Yes, indeed, and well done to the connections here. Superb win by Sheldon with the blinkers fitted for the first time, and it's a match-winning move by Johan Janssen van Vuren. 5-year-old bay gelding by Karari out of the Silvano mare Scintilla. This was bred by Main Chance Farms, an opportunity again for Lawrence Werners and his family, in inverted commas, to lead in a winner at Turffontein today. First, number 5, Sheldon. Second, number 4, Mover and Shaker. Third, number 8, Captain Hindsight. Fourth to number 3, God's Wood. Gavin Lorena returning for a treble of winners today, and that strike rate he's kicked off the season with is absolutely phenomenal. He's running at over 30% wins to rides, and long may it continue. Gavin Lorena, a third winner today, a double for Johan Janse van Vuren, and Lawrence Werners is surrounded by children downstairs. Turffontein's Father Christmas is Lawrence Werners. Got all the kids around him. Well done. And they'll lead in Sheldon to the winner's box. Anthony Joannides, Robbie Blom in attendance too, with Gavin Lorena, the man of the moment today at Turffontein. 3 winners for him. Glorious effort. Well done. And further back to roll with the punches, but Mover and Shaker continues to roll 320 out from Sheldon, who emerges as the principal danger. Captain Hindsight. Flower Bomb's got 6 lengths to make up. Down along the inside is Godswood. It's Mover and Shaker with Sheldon looming up large on the outside, and here comes Sheldon to tackle Mover and Shaker, and that's race over. Sheldon goes on to beat Mover and Shaker. Captain Hindsight third, followed by Godswood, and then
so that was race number 6, and Sheldon, great to see him back to winning ways. Well done to Johan Janse van Vieren. Well done to Lawrence Berners. He is behind the camera and is a wonderful man, absolute gentleman, and he deserves all the accolades. He deserves all the success that comes his way. He's put so much into the sport of racing, and not just only on the horse side. He's also obviously a big part of trying to get the grooms into the right place and giving them all the initiatives that they deserve. They do all the hard work behind the scenes, so well done to Lawrence, and good to see Anthony over here. We'll have a chat with Ant in just a minute. Well done, Gav. That's 3 for you. Could have been 4, but we won't wax lyrical with that. I mean, lovely horses. The way he went down to the start, you must have been oozing confidence.
He went down very well today, Brand. He's just been doing so well at home, this horse, and you know, great move by Johan. He put the scoops on him today. There was a lot of speed in the race, and you know, I think that just helped us master the speed early, and he was able to travel well for me, and he's won a nice race.
Look, you had dead aim on Mover and Shaker. You know him very well. He's a speedball, but I mean, he does come back to them at the end of the day, and you picked him up very nicely in the closing stages.
Yeah, it was a good one.
And will he go on from here, Gav? Like I said to you before, we actually had this conversation before, because I was of the opinion that maybe he can win a mini feature. You did say you would leave that to Johan. Today's feel, can it convince you?
You know, it all depends what the handicapper does with him. We thought he's got hold of him, but he's managed to win the game. So the handicapper always catches us, or proves us wrong. But he's a horse that's got a lot of heart, a lot of character, and he always gives you his best.
This must be an interesting topic, Gav. I'm not sure who you support soccer-wise.
Liverpool.
Okay, I see Liverpool, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain. Interesting fight, I'm sure, that happens behind the scenes.
100%. It's just lovely to have the family here. Well done to Mr. Werners, to Jared and Tessa, thank you so much. To Johan and his team again, well done. To Wilgebush and Turffontein, well done. And to this groom's horse, Mwapi, he loves his horse, he works him most days, and well done to him.
Gav, well done on the 3-timer.
Thank you.
There we go. There's baby Ava. Sneaks in behind the scenes, and she'll be storming at them late. Well done, Johan. I've got to say well done to you. That's a lovely double. I mean, sure, when he went down to the start, Johan, I was supremely confident. I could have probably given you the confidence.
I wish you did, because I didn't have it. He was, listen, I thought he got a big penalty. He didn't run up to his expectation in Durban, a little bit below his rating, but I always left the blinkers in the back of my mind when I'm at a stage sometime where I don't know where to go. I was going to use the blinkers, and it just looked so good today with the speed in the race, and yeah, it was the right move. Yeah, I won a good race. He's a lucky horse. I'm going to have too many lead ponies in a couple of years from now, because Sheldon's not going anywhere. If he retires, he's going to be a pet when he retires. He's an awesome horse.
Yeah, I mean, Johan, the yard going along nicely. Flyer to the start of the season. I need to ask you, because now that the 5 million rand has been put on stake check for the Betway Summer Cup, how's Porterman's Honor doing back at home?
We gave him a 3-week break after July. He's been in work for about 10 days now, but he's furnished. It's hard to say the 5-year-old will get better at 6, but I can't guarantee people that, but he's looking unbelievable. And I think I said previously, there's not many 3-year-olds coming through the ranks. Obviously, Cousin Casey's in Joburg now. But listen, he's a top horse, and if things go his way, he's sound as he stays sound. I can't see them being 5 better horses in Johannesburg over 2,000 meters than him, you know, so that's almost worst case scenario. So listen, let's take it day by day. Fingers crossed he stays sound, and I think we're going to have a pretty good season out of him if we keep him sound.
Well done over here, Jan.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Super.
And well done to my team over there, and Gavin, thank you.
Okay, there we go. Lovely shout out, and long may it continue. And well done, good to see you as always. I mean, second time. Hopefully we can see you for a third, but this was a lovely win today.
Yeah, unexpected, but well done to Johan. We thought he was a bit flat coming back from Durban. Didn't expect this. You heard even Johan was a bit surprised with the run. But well done to Lawrence. Good ride, fantastic ride by Gavin. And yeah, the blinkers must have done the trick. The horse, when I looked at the horse in the ring, I thought he had a fantastic, he looked well. We were just, you know, a bit worried about his flatness from Durban.
Yeah, but, I mean, good looking horse.
Sure,
and
surprised us.
Horse, like the owners,
fantastic.
Like everybody in the box up there.
You must, like Lawrence, the super guy.
Yeah, no, good stuff.
Well done to Lawrence, Jared, Mrs. Werners. And as I said, well done to Gav and Johan, good training.
Just on behalf of the groom, I know he's not here, and do you mind standing with a photo of these gorgeous ladies?
I'll gladly
I
do
know
that.
you'll
Thanks.
never say no.
No, it's under resistance, but I'll do it.
So well, there we go. Thank you to Ant. That's brilliant. Thank you very much to the World Sports Betting ladies. 1,500 Rand will go to the winning groom. There we go. Okay, so that's how we close off race number 6. A very good race to watch. He did look exceptional going down to the start, and he's come back looking exactly the way he went down to the start. Well done to Johan Janse van Vieren, well done to his entire team, to Lawrence Berners as well. He does so much for the sport that we love so much, and he deserves every bit of success. All right, so I'm going to get you back to the replay. You can wait for the all clear. There's just 2 more to come through from the big T.
Set to race, 1,000 meters to sprint and racing away. Okay, type of beginning over here with Mover and Shaker, the first one to react from the start. On the outside, Winter Story shows pace. Flower Bomb is there with Captain Hindsight. Sheldon's on the extreme outside. Roll with the Punches not tearing away to the front has kept 2 lengths off the leader. Mercantor's towards the inside with God's Wood. But it's Mover and Shaker with 600 to go that heads the field here by just over a length. God's Wood second. Mercantor, Captain Hindsight and Flower Bomb with Winter Stories and Sheldon. There's a line of 6 of them lying up for second place. And further back to Roll with the Punches, but Mover and Shaker continues to roll 320 out. From Sheldon, who emerges as the principal danger, Captain Hindsight. Flower Bomb's got 6 lengths to make up, but down along the inside is Godswood. It's Mover and Shaker with Sheldon looming up large on the outside. And here comes Sheldon to tackle Mover and Shaker, and that's race over. Sheldon goes on to beat Mover and Shaker. Captain Hindsight third, followed by Godswood, and then only came Flower Bomb. A lot never got into it. It was Mover and Shaker, and then the rest were in second, and that's when Sheldon turned it on for Lawrence, Jared and Tessa Werners in the half cup of blinkers today, and Lorena is on the treble. Gavin Lorena rides the treble today, beats home Mover and Shaker, Gallant in defeat. Third will go to Captain Hindsight, and then came Godswood and Flower Bomb, followed by Winter Stories. He's a 5-year-old son of Karari. They may have found the element that makes a little bit of a difference in the putting in of the blinkers today. And well done to Johan Janse van Vieren. He won the first race as well today. A double for the yard, bred by Main Chance Farms. Mover and Shaker, clear second today. Captain Hindsight, good enough run third. And behind that was, along the inside, Godswood. And that's the running of race 6 with 2 more to go.
Race number 7, the penultimate race, probably the hardest race of the day. The Booker table call 011 681 1796 MR82 over 1100 meters, where you can scratch number 3 Munchkin, 1 Black Egret, and amounts in front, unshod behind. 4 Bronco Blitz is without blinkers. Right, here's number 1 Black Egret in shot. This very talented son of Rafif, trained by Clinton Binder, will be ridden by Raymond Danielson. Since arriving at Binder, had a good second to COVID Operator. As far as the weights are concerned, a length and a quarter between Black Egret and COVID Operator last time. There should be a lot less between them. I think Black Egret is just a good solid horse who will give a good account, if not winning, going close. A good looking horse too. Number 4 Bronco Blitz, trained by Fani Broncos, ridden by Dennis Schwarz. The blinkers come off. don't really know the rhyme or reason. If Fani was here, I'd chat to him, but there's no sign of him this afternoon. But with regard to Bronco Blitz, I think he's probably just a point or two in the ratings from winning again. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick something up quite soon, but I think for now, a little bit too much weight, but place chance. 7 looks well. Who's 7? 7 is Siberian Steel. Tony Peter and Craig Zaki team up. Does that mean that Zaki's on the right one here? Although Moosey's been riding Power King, so probably not too much to read into the jockey arrangements. Number 7, Siberian Steel, got good cheap speed and on a fast track that can play into his advantage. He showed signs of life last time, or coming back to life last time, and finishing second to Iron Sky. He's 2.5 kilos better off at the weights. So if you like Iron Sky, you really got to like number 7, Siberian Steel. 8, Stormy Seas, on a line through Siberian Steel. Funny enough, Stormy Seas could and should stay just in front of Siberian Steel. So I have more time for this horse's chances the more I look at it. He needs a certain type of ride. With him and Iron Sky in this race, and likely to be a lot of pace, might just work out into the favour of Stormy Seas and Iron Sky. So they're not 2 horses to rule out. Number 9, Axel Collins under Atandiwe Mgudwa for Tony Peter. He came to Tony Peter, put up very good performance. It took him a while to win a maiden, probably got into his place. His rating remains a 75 after a reasonable run to COVID operator. I prefer the other Peter horses. Number 10, Successful Secret. There are a few shreddies that actually give this horse a chance. Donald Geertsen's 2.5 kilo claim will be of assistance. Brett Weber went close to having a winner earlier on today. Number 10, Successful Secret, hasn't won for well over a year. The recent form shows that the win might not be all that far away. Number 11 is Ampersand under Peter Sunday Orley. Paul Matchett trained. Beat a horse who I think is going to be okay, Green Garnet. That was Green Garnet's debut. I think inexperience went against Green Garnet last time. Penultimate start to William Iron Arm was a very good effort because William Iron Arm's held in high regard. Very interested to see how Ampersand goes because he runs like he'll get further. The only time he went further was probably his most ordinary run to date. Just being the youngster in this race, he could be anything. Got to look at number 6 now, Iron Sky. Stuart Pettigrew has been quiet this afternoon. Diego de Gouveia gets on board. Now, he needs everything to go his way. You've got to ride him like a thief. And if he does see daylight at the right time and right at the end, then he would be dangerous. He'll be climbing all over them. Last time, he actually ran a good race and defeated Little Miss Moneybags, but just by victim of circumstance, he probably saw daylight about 100 meters too early, and he didn't throw in the towel, but you probably knew your fate when he was going to the line together with Little Miss Moneybags, that he probably wasn't going to round it off. With all the pace around him, this might be the day for number 6, Iron Sky. Waited to not go particularly well, but just the way the race might work out, I can see Iron Sky being dangerous.
Note that the runners are now leaving the parade ring for race 7. The Booker table, call 011 6811796, merit rated 82 handicap over 1100 meters. Scratched in race 7, number 3, Munchkin, non-runner. Take the blinkers off number 4, Bronco Blitz as well. The additional change to the 7th race. And also number 1, Black Egret. Alamites in front, unshod behind as the half set of Alamites in race 7 for number 1, Black Egret. Runners are leaving the parade ring. Race 7's over 1,100 metres. Right, number 7 heading down to the start is number 2, Power Broker, Muziyeni rides. Number 1 is Black Egret, Raymond Danielson. Here's number 4. Bronco Blitz, Dennis Schwarz, racing without the blinkers today. Number 6 is Iron Sky, Diego de Gavea. Is Axel Collins and Magudlwa. Here's number 5, Covert Operator, Gavin Larena. Number 11 is Ampersand, Pilasand and Corley. 10, Successful Secret. And apprentice Donald Geertsen claims 2.5 kilos. Number 8, Stormy Seas, J.P. van der Merwe. 7 is Siberian Steel, Craig Zaki. Those are your runners and riders from turn. It's due from 8 to 9 minutes. Book a table, call 011 6811 merit rated 82 handicap. The favourite on the tote, marginally number 2, Power Broker, R3.80 a win, R1.40 a place. Number 5, Covert Operator, shows R4.60 and R1.40. Number 1 is Next Black Egret, R7 and R3.20. And then behind that, number 6, Iron Sky at R7.90 and R3.50. Here are Alistair and Brandon with their comments on race 7.
All right, I know there's a race happening at the moment in the UK, Newmarket, so we'll just wait for Channel 240 and Global 1 to join us before we get into the nitty-gritty of race number 7. It's the penultimate on today's 8-race program. The betting has number 2, Power Broker, at 22-10, 1 Black Egret at 11-2, the 5 COVID Operator at 11-2, and it's 10-1 and better those. All right, Al, let's talk a bit about this race. We'll obviously come back and recap for all the viewers. I watched them go down to the start, and I must be honest, I think COVID Operator is a massive runner over here.
Brandon, because after looking at this race a few times before, obviously today, and thinking this is the hardest race on the card, looking in them in the ring, I couldn't fault any of them. And it's pretty easy to sort of nitpick sprinters because they can look a certain way, they can stride down, obviously quite scratchy, whatever the case may be. But the trainers have done a good business leading into race number 7. COVID Operator stood out as one of the... It's hard to pick one, but COVID Operator stood out as one of the ones. Obviously, Gavin Lorena's enjoying a wonderful start to the season and a good end to last season. Johan Janssen van Vuren smiling like he's got the absolute lot. So I'm sure he'll be hoping that the day continues. Johan's comments on his group were, I'm not going to read the first part, 4-time winner, so miracles exist. Don't stop believing. He is popping off his new rating and low draw. That's the concern. He's hoping for the best with number 5 COVID Operator, and I reckon that's probably the tune that he's been going with COVID Operator for quite a while. He was almost pigeonholed, much like Iron Sky and Roy Magnus' horse in this race, Stormy Seas, and into thinking that they're pretty one-dimensional in the way that they run. They need pace, they need luck, and if they get the right runs and get galvanized at the right time, they can run them down. But COVID Operator's almost outgrown that, so he can be quite versatile these days now at the age of 5. So not impossible he goes well, but it's hard to be confident with anybody in this race. But there are quite a few attracting money here, Brandon. I don't know when last you looked at the market. Power Broker's been supported to no end. Black Egret rightly found support because I think the opening price was quite generous. Stormy Seas is coming for support. Axel Collins, Successful Secret, all horses with green arrows next to them in this race. So that just adds to the plot of this being wide open.
Yeah, I do want to go to Power Broker, Al. I see that's a 380 a win and 140 a place on the totalizator. Son of Master of My Fate. I mean, he ran second to Captain Hindsight back on the 27th of June. Captain Hindsight ran with a lot of credits in the previous race. I think ran third. And then that last run to Back in Business, it looks to be a very smart horse from the Joey Soma stable. So if Musa Yeni can get over from that inside draw, perhaps Power Broker, the horse they all need to beat.
Well, that's it. The inside draw. How is he going to track over? He's got the pace, obviously, to track over, but then how much will he use with all the pace that's going to be around him? They're not going to hand it to him all that easily. So will Musi be forced to use a little bit more than ideal? Also looked well in the ring, but he is just a good-looking Son of Master of My Fate. As you mentioned, coming back from a break, he's run 2 good races. The run to Captain Hindsight obviously standing out because Captain Hindsight won his next start and, as you say, ran with credit about half an hour ago. So Power Broker's got to be in the race, and for what it's worth, some of the evergreens here at Turffontein have pulled me in and said Power Broker will win today. So let's see if their comments are right. I can certainly see him going well, but it's not going to be easy.
Talk to me about Iron Sky, Al. Ran second to Little Miss Moneybags last time out. That was back on the 27th of July. A nice hold-up sort of horse. He'll probably get the race run to suit, being drawn to the middle outside. There does look to be a bit of speed in the race. Will he be attacking late?
Yeah, he will, Brandon, and he was my default selection here, not because the weights suit him, because he's held by quite a few around him, but because I think the race, as you say, is going to be run to suit. Him and, obviously, Stormy Seas are cut from the same cloth. They do need luck in running. They do need to be ridden cold, and they do need to be doing their best work late. It's a fast track, so horses generally don't come back, but this might be a little bit too fierce because of all the speed that's around. And if Iron Sky is in the right plane, close enough, you don't want to be too close, obviously, with Iron Sky. And I think the only reason why he got beaten last time is probably because he got into daylight a little bit too early, and Little Miss Moneybags was able to turn it on in good style. She looks upwardly mobile did Little Miss Moneybag. But I think had Iron Sky been covered up for another stride, maybe that half-length deficit could have been even less, probably should have been even less. So that's the point I'm getting at. So even though beaten with credit last time out, but my pet hate is that the handicap has given him £4 for being a loser. So that just gets to me. So that makes me think with number 6, Iron Sky, but strictly with the way the race is going to be run, he might just defy that penalty and run well enough.
Now, we got some time quickly, Al, before I come back with your first selection. We obviously got the boxing happening at Turffontein tonight. I know that Manny Fernandez and his team, they do a wonderful job here with the gym at Turffontein. And there's actually quite a few people that have come to enjoy the day at the races before they go to the boxing.
You included?
I wasn't, but I have been made aware of it for a long time that the boxing will be happening. Look, I mean, there's Mauritian fighters coming out. There's one or two good boxers that are obviously coming through the ranks. I think one of them that springs to mind is Colwyn Salsoni as well. Also looks to be one of the boxers that we could watch this evening. But, yeah, Al, there's going to be a wonderful event upstairs just after the lucky last.
I've been to some of these boxing bouts at Turffontein in the past that Manny puts on. They can be good fun, but I believe there's betting open on World Sports Betting, but you're going to have to be the one who tips people in the right direction. Never heard of Colwyn Salsani or anyone fighting. 2 Mauritians, I didn't even know there was boxing in Mauritius. I know that they're into to other disciplines, obviously like racing, that's the religion there, but Mauritians boxing, I might be interested, but not knowing anything about it. I don't know whether I'll be entertained or whether I'll be put off. But anyway, they're loading, Brandon. Before we get ourselves into more trouble, let's get up to Nico.
Hope it's a knockout. Time to load them up now for race number 7. Business at hand with the runners loading up over 1,100 metres. Iron Sky is going up. Axel Collins moves in. Black Egret. Black Egret walks up. This is Covert Operator with the hood on. Covert Operator. Power Broker's already installed. Stormy Seas still to come in. Bronco Blitz loaded. So just a couple left to go forward here. Covert Operator. Bundling Covert Operator into Stallgate 2. Stormy Seas will come into 9, the vacant area there, and then Siberian Steel will complete the lineup into gate number 4. Siberian Steel down at the 1,100 meter marker. We're set for the start. They're ready and they're off and racing. Stormy Sea's got a terrible start. Will languish at the back end of the field, and Covert Operator also has to get into the hunt from that position as towards the rear early on. Successful Secret Power Broker, the first 2 to respond, with Axel Collins heading to the outside fence. Black Egret, the Hollywood colours in the all yellow, racing just off the leaders. Bronco Blitz, then came Siberian Steel. Towards the outside of those is Ampersand, gives the leader 3 to 4 length start. Iron Sky, Stormy Seas, Covert Operator. Down to the last 600 metres now. Successful Secret goes at the moment with Axel Collins. They pulled about 1.5 lengths clear of Power Broker in third. Behind that, Black Egret, then Siberian Steel. Covert Operators warming into the race too, but still got 5 lengths to make it. Ampersand's on the outside. 200 metres left to go. Successful Secret is the leader. Axel Collins, Power Broker. Black Egret is making up big strides towards the outside and coming home strongly. Down the inside is Power Broker. On the outside, Black Egret. Power Broker from Black Egret. Here it comes, Power Broker. Beat Black Egret. Successful Secret ran back in third, and Photo for fourth. Power Brokers come right back at them, right up along the inside. Successful Secret, what a good run from that. And on the outside, Black Egret under Raymond Danielson storms home in the Hollywood colours, but it's going to be Sita Govinder's colours here for Muzieni, who's been knocking on the door the whole day for a win. And Power Broker beats home Black Egret in the run down to the line. Power Broker ahead. Second placing will go to Black Egret. Third successful secret, Axel Collins, actually holds on for fourth position ahead of Stormy Seas and Siberian Steel for that minor placing. Further back to Covert Operator. Power Broker, trained by Tony Peter, comes home strongly down the center of the track. Successful secret did all the donkey work up front on the outside of the track. Here is Black Egret, but Power Broker also in the colors of the Hyperpaint Syndicate as winning owners. This was bred by Fulkerbos Drift and Maritzfontein and went off as another tote favorite to win. Power Broker, R3.80 and R1.40 keeps Black Egret at bay, third to Successful Secrets.
That was a terrific race to watch. They were coming from everywhere. We had Black Egret hard up towards the outside. There was a bit of speed in the race. Successful Secret was going a cracking gallop with Axel Collins, and Black Egret towards the outside was closing in hand over fist, but a top ride from Muzieni on number 2, Power Broker, who didn't quite get to the front today. He came under pressure going through the 500, but he kept responding to the urgings of Muzieni. Well done to Tony Peter, well done to Sita Govender, to the Hyperpaint Syndicate, to Joel Peter, bred by the Fulkerbos Drift and Maritzfontein Stud Farm. Congratulations. He now becomes a 3-time winner from 10 outings. I'm hoping to chat to Zorro in the post-race interview. Well done to all concerned. He's won a very good race, even though he drifted out quite a bit on the fixed odds front. He went to 4-1. After being 18-10, he went 4-1, number 2, Power Broker, and he's won a cracking race on that inside. All right, there's one more to come from Turffontein. That'll be race 8. For now, we'll get Power Broker into the winner's enclosure.
Thanks very much. Yes, a good win here by the Tony Peter stable. Number 2, Power Broker, has won the penultimate race of the day. Four-year-old Bay Gelding by Master of My Fate out of the Fort Woodmare Nicky, bred by Fulkerbos Drift and Maritzfontein. R3.80 a tote win, R1.40 a place. And great to have Muzieni in the winner's enclosure. He won earlier on Brotherhood of Magic, a second winner today for Muzzy, but he's been in the money almost the whole day. Third winner, sorry, 3 winners. 2 winners. 2 winners and a close-up second. I took the third one as a winner, but that ran second pretty in pearl. So 2 winners for Mr. Muzieni today, with Brotherhood of Magic winning race 2 and Power Broker winning race 7. Touched off on Pretty in Pearls and not far back on Captain Hindsight either. Well done to the winning connections here. Sita Govender is the joint owner, along with the Hyperpaint Syndicate. Nominee, Mr. J.T. Peter. And Trevor Basson and Zorro Lahud are in the mix too. half clear of Power Broker in third. Behind that, Black Egret, then Siberian Steel. COVID operators warming into the race too, but still got 5 lengths to make it. Ampersand's on the outside. 200 metres left to go. Successful Secret is the leader. Axel Collins, Power Broker. Black Egret is making up big strides towards the outside and coming home strongly. Down the inside is Power Broker. On the outside, Black Egret. Power Broker from Black Egret. Here it comes. Power Broker beat Black Egret. Success.
All right, there we go. Welcome to the winners' enclosure. And I tell you, we've seen some great finishes today from good jockeys. And here's another one, Muzieni, very strong in the irons. Well done to Tony Peter, well done to Sita Govender, of course to the Hyperpain Syndicate, to Joel Peter and the entire team. They'll be very happy with this horse, Power Broker, and the way he's won this afternoon. Moose, I've got to say a great ride from you, because obviously the inside draws have been problematic throughout the afternoon. You didn't quite get to the lead today, but that didn't bug you at all.
Yes, just he's a bit of a nervous horse, you know. I think that's why I've been able to get along with him. I help him out the pins, and it's the way he's not crowded, and so it worked out quite lekker. Obviously, Secret, he's been running 1,000, so I knew it. But I was happy. I was watching him, and when they picked it up, obviously I had to let them go. I'm carrying 61, and hopefully that they will come back to me somewhere or another. But he had the ability and the class to pull it off. You saw his form line quite strong behind Captain Ironside, so it gave us all the confidence we needed to know we win with a big shot. But obviously, drawn one, big weight, always a concern. But he showed a lot of guts, not in his favorite position in front, but I was hunting him slowly to get there. I thought he was going to a little bit give up because he's not sure of himself, but he showed a lot of guts at the end, and he kept on sticking his neck out, which helped a lot.
Yeah, and great to get the opportunity, obviously, from Tony, because I know they're big supporters of yours and very strong. I'm hoping that you'll get that support throughout the season, Moose. So just an honour on your side.
Yeah, it's a game changer. It changed Warren's career, and the support Keegan got from Big Yards changed the season for him. So it's all about support, and hopefully it may continue.
Well done, Moose.
Thank you very much. Huge thanks to Mr. Sita Govender. I hope he enjoyed it. I know it's a bit of a tough week with the other one in Durban. Zoro to represent, Hyperpaint, Mr. Johnny Peter, and obviously Stone Stamco. A big thank you.
Have you ever got biltong from Zorro?
I'm waiting.
Well done, Moose. Good stuff. Very strong. Lovely ride from Muzieni. Zorro, come closer. Look, it's an honor for me to be doing this interview with you, because I see you a lot on the race course. You're a man that loves the game. I don't think there's one meeting that you've never attended. But I mean, you must be happy with the way this horse has won today.
I'm very impressed with this horse. Thank God he's back to himself, and I just want to say thank you to Paul Peters and Tiny Peters and my best friend Satish. Well done, Satish. That's for you, boy. And thank you. And I want to just mention one other guy that I love very much, Clyde Basil. He's on the mend. He's going to be back. Clyde will be back, and we'll see the master back. And we love you, Clyde. Get well. That's all I'm saying, my brother. I love you too much. You and Satish and Paul Peter and the stables. We love you with all our heart. And back to Muzi. What a jockey. He's my favorite, him and Gavin. Thank you, boys. Love you lots. Bye.
Well, Zor, you know what? So you got a few tote tickets to go and collect, I'm sure.
Yes, that's why I want to get going now.
Lovely. There we go. I'll see you after the last.
Shot.
There we go. Well done to Zorro. Great to see Zorro. He's a good man. He loves the racing game. And, yeah, like I say, every meeting, whether it be Vaal, Turffontein, even a trip to Pietermaritzburg, off to Greyville, the Western Cape, Zorro will be there. So well done to you, Zor. Good stuff.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you all. We love you. Tonight we're going to have a big party, boys. Thank you.
There we go. That's Zorro. He'll be off to go and collect his money. What I want to do is just grab the groom in quickly, the winning groom. Lovely to see you, sir. Come and have a chat. Just come and say thank you very much. Good to see you. I tell you what, this horse looks an absolute picture. You're doing all the hard work in the mornings, and very well deserved 1,500 Rand from World Sports Betting.
Yeah, very thank you. Thank you, supporters. Thank you, all groom all supporters. And Tony Peter, thank you. Thank you, my horses and Muzieni.
Absolutely. Stand for a photo. The World Sports Betting girls will come and have a good photo with you. That's 1,500 Rand. That will go to the winning groom. He's done a good job. There we go. Thank you very much, ladies. That's how we close off race number 7. We've got one more to come through from the Big T. We've really been treated to some great finishes, good jockeyship, and long may it continue into the new season. I'm going to get you back to the studio as Goodwood and Newmarket continue.
We're set for the start. They're ready and they're off and racing. Stormy Sea's got a terrible start. Will languish at the back end of the field, and Covert Operator also has to get into the hunt from that position as towards the rear early on. Successful Secret, Power Broker, the first two to respond with Axel Collins heading to the outside fence. Black Egret, the Hollywood colours in the all yellow, racing just off the leaders. Bronco Blitz, then came Siberian Steel. Towards the outside of those is Ampersand, gives the leader 3 to 4 length start. Iron Sky, Stormy Seas, Covert Operator. Down into the last 600 metres now. Successful Secret goes at the moment with Axel Collins. They've pulled about a length and a half clear of Power Broker in third. Behind that, Black Egret, then Siberian Steel. Covert Operators warming into the race too, but still got 5 lengths to make it. Ampersand's on the outside. 200 metres left to go. Successful Secret is the leader. Axel Collins, Power Broker. Black Egret is making up big strides towards the outside and coming home strongly. Down the inside is Power Broker. On the outside, Black Egret. Power Broker from Black Egret. Here it comes. Power Broker beat Black Egret. Successful Secret ran back in third, and Photo for fourth. Power Broker's come right back at them, right up along the inside. Successful Secret, what a good run from that. And on the outside, Black Egret under Raymond Danielson storms home in the Hollywood colours, but it's going to be Sita Govinder's colours here for Muzieni, who's been knocking on the door the whole day for a win. And Power Broker beats home Black Egret in the run down to the line. Power Broker ahead. Second placing will go to Black Egret. Third Successful Secret, Axel Collins actually holds on for fourth position ahead of Stormy Seas and Siberian Steel for that minor placing. Further back to Covert Operator. Power Broker, trained by Tony Peter, comes home strongly down the centre of the track. Successful Secret did all the donkey work up front. On the outside of the track here is Black Egret, but Power Broker also in the colours of the Hyperpaint Syndicate as winning owners. This was bred by Fulkerbos Drift and Maritzfontein and went off as another tote favourite to win. Power Broker, R3.80 and R1.40 keeps Black Egret at bay. Third to Successful Secret.
season. And Norwich fans in good voice. They almost took the lead inside the first minute here through Sarah. Not too much goal line action since then. Here's Rowe on the right-hand side. Gets the ball back to Stacey. Now it's Duffy near to his own penalty area. Along the ground back to goalkeeper Gunn, whose first touch plays it out to Gibson. That's invited Hull on to press. The ball is with Norwich City and the Brazilian Sarah up towards Hernandez, who tries to flick on halfway, gets intercepted and it's a throw in. Bad news coming in from the Walks. Not about the pitch or the weather, but that Kingston have conceded a goal. First day of their season in National North. Kingston Town 0, Hereford 1. Summer of change there.
Also the complementarity between Sargent and Barnes. Obviously they're very experienced players. One drop, one stay long. If the other drop, the other one stay long. So it's a very sort of a good understanding between them two.
The reason a lot of teams don't play two up front now is they worry about being outnumbered in midfield, but the work rate of Barnes and Sargent, both of them are prepared to get back and to make up the numbers there when necessary. 0-0, Norwich in possession, inside their own half.
There's not many teams now these days who play a 4-4-2 system, but they probably start off position with a 4-4-2, but when they're in position you can see the system slightly change.
It's hard to remember the last time Norwich actually had a strike partnership. They have certainly at the start of this season.
If you look when Norwich wins the ball, from the 4-4-2 they go from 4-1, 3 and 2.
0-0, Norwich winning a throw in over on the far side after a good little bit of link-up play. Rodney Rowe, Sarah was out there. They passed it all the way back to the edge of their own box. McLean, the skipper, has dropped in between the two central defenders and invited Ben Gibson, who's wearing a pair of bright red football boots, to play it into the midfield. And now Sarah, 7 goals in an impressive first season for Norwich City. He's played Barnes through the middle, but Barnes had just strayed beyond the defence. It's flagged offside, but that will finish actually Barnes. But the goalkeeper didn't bother.
He was offside. He's just in front of me. You could see that he's making a very clever run, but unfortunately he was just a tad offside.
Well,
in that particular way there, when we just played, when Sarah played the ball to Barnes, if you look at the system, Norwich was on 4-3-3. So off the ball and 4-4-2. When they win the ball in position, their system can go completely different.
No excuse for Barnes being in an offside position there. This is game number 517 of his professional career. Ashley Barnes, promoted last season with Burnley, part of Vincent Kompany's team. Now Sarah gets the ball after Gibson's won it on halfway, comes up to Rowe now in a central position, 20 yards from goal. John Rowe going to get a low shot in. Oh, he's hit the outside of the post on the way wide. What an impact that would have been on his first start. John Rowe just seemed to open up for him on the edge of the penalty area. I think he didn't really catch the shot as he would have liked, and it skipped along the surface past the goalkeeper and just hit the outside of the post on its way wide.
Yeah, just a little bit of a spark from the young man there. He just nutmeg, just on the 18, and just come to his left foot. And just, I didn't know he was going to strike, but he did strike, and I think the keeper was not expecting him to strike, and the ball just will go across the box and hit the post.
Interesting to see how Rowe gets on. First time he started a game for Norwich City. In the summer, I bumped into somebody who coached Rowe in the youth setup at Norwich City, and they were making the point that when they'd seen him in the first team, he'd almost been a little bit too eager to please, and he'd been too keen to pass the ball on to more experienced players. And he'd made his name in the youth setup here at Carrow Road by getting the ball like that and taking it himself. And they said when he gets a chance, they want to see that side of Jonathan Rowe.
It's normal as a young lad, you're trying to please the experienced players. You know, you want to make an impact, but you want to the experienced players to appreciate you, so you're trying to play the nice ball when you can actually go on 1v1.
The work rate of Hernandez there, keeping the ball in play when it's been destined to go out for a throw in, and from it Kenny McLean has worked it over towards the right hand side. Gets too much on it though, it's gone behind Jack Stacey for a throw in, and that is why Onel Hernandez is still a Norwich City player. You know, his contract was up at the end of last season, but David Wagner wanted to keep him and soon tied him down to a new deal. But it's because of moments like that.
Again, we talked earlier about, you know, Solis, who didn't sort of Blaise was coming to the end of his contract. He's been on loan twice. You know, he's making impacts in terms of managers.
On the right hand side now, on the corner of the penalty area. Sarah getting back and getting a good foot in there on Delat, who then seems to go into the back of Giannoulis, but the referee allows play to continue. Giannoulis has picked himself up and won the ball. Norwich with Sarah and McLean playing their way out of danger. It's a lovely ball from McLean over the halfway line, and Sargent is straight onto it. He's in behind the whole defence here, up to towards the edge of the penalty area, goes out under the challenge of Greaves, who seems to have hold of Sargent. But the referee, Keith Stroud, is rather pointedly waving a finger in the direction of Sargent, saying that he made the most of it. It was a fair challenge. Norwich have taken the throw in already. Back towards the halfway line.
It's twice I thought that the referee could have sort of given a Norwich a free kick. That was definitely a free kick.
Plymouth 1, Huddersfield 0 on the opening day. Stoke 1, Rotherham 0. Norwich getting the ball forward on the right-hand side. Stacey, the furthest player forward, catching up with it, forcing Hull to go back into their own penalty area. Again, you can see that Jones, the defender, Alfie Jones, is going back towards his own byline. He's in a bit of a tight spot. He had Stacey coming behind him, and there was the merest of touches from Stacey, and down went Jones looking for a free kick. And we've seen Grant Hanley do that a number of times and win a free kick.
Exactly. Obviously, that is part of the game. There's an experience sort of level of an individual player who just played for the Fox, but he was definitely no fault. Stacey didn't sort of even touch him.
Watford 1, QPR 0. Another early goal going into the Championship. Nothing here yet at Carrow Road. 12 minutes gone. Norwich 0, Hull 0. Norwich with the best chance so far. Well, a couple of chances really. One from Sarah, one from Rowe. And here is Rowe getting forward, right-hand side. 3 Hull players around him. And he loses his footing and ends up losing the ball. It was a bit of an impossible task for him there.
It's been, well, we played 13 minutes. I'm very impressed with Norwich in terms of the way they play. They don't always play feet triangle like we've been seeing for a couple of years. You know, sometimes when they have to play long, they play long. They're not scared to play long and just push and force Hull to face their own goal.
Well, that was always, last season wasn't impressive, the end of it, but the mitigating factor for David Wagner was that, well, it wasn't his squad. He hadn't had time to really put his stamp on it. He can't have that excuse now, having had the whole of pre-season to work with them, and maybe we're seeing the fruits of it. 0-0, Norwich.
Here's now the mount of J.P. van der Merwe. And also has a set of Alamites in front. Races unshot behind for Fish Eagle number 3. Favourite on the tote is number 5, Tuscan Gold at R1.90 a win, R1 a place. Number 80 and R1.40. Number 1, Fort Lauderdale, R6 and R3. And then number 4 is After Hours at R9.30. In fact, it's number 3 that I was looking at. Fish Eagle at R9. Eagle number 3. 8 runners for the final event of the day, and they're about to come out onto the track. All the best to Banyana as they play the Netherlands tomorrow morning. Sparrows 4 AM. And don't forget the boxing later. Runners about to canter down for the final race of the day. 70,000 rand up for grabs in the last race. Number 1 here is Fort Lauderdale. Mozayeni writes. Number 2, Fully Loaded, Gavin Larena. 3 is Fish Eagle, now ridden by J.P. van der Merwe. Number 4 is After Hours, Tandiwe Magudlwa. 6 is Written in Stone, Nathan Klink. Number 7, Super Secret, apprentice Donald Kiertsen claims only 1,5. 8 is Gimme Royalty, now fitted with a tongue tie, by the way. Jared Penny rides. So there is an update there. Tongue tie number 8, Gimme Royalty, and the favourite number 5, Tuscan Gold, Craig Zaki. Those those are your runners and riders for race number 8. The final event goes off at 4:25. That's in 8 minutes from now. Let's go back to Alistair and Brandon for their last race preview, hoping that they pick the winner for race number 8.
All right, yeah, I thought it was the perfect time. It's the lucky last year at Turffontein, and obviously we've got the boxing happening after the last race at the Big T, and there's been a number of people that have come out to the races, have enjoyed the day's racing, hopefully backed a few winners, and there's the boxing to look forward to, and I thought it was a great time to bring in Manny Fernandez, who's the mind behind that. Manny, thank you very much for coming to have a chat with me. Great boxing on this evening. What I do want to do is, I believe there is a bit of betting available. There's punters out there that are listening to us. Give us 2 boxes that we can maybe go and take a multiple.
Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Giesland, he's a superstar in the making. He's got 1 fight, 1 win, a knockout, and today we're planning to knock his opponent out in the 2nd round, so let's hope that he can do it. And then we got our heavyweight from Mauritius, Kennedy St. Pierre. I don't think he can lose this fight. And then we got a boy from the West Rand, Morgan Hunter. I think he'll also win.
All right, so you're telling me we can take the treble, Manny?
Definitely take the treble, and I think Paul Peters can win this last race, but don't throw Fabian Herbert out with number 2. I think he's a big runner as well.
All right, so what I'm going to do is maybe go and take 2 all-to-goes, one with Tuscan Gold, yeah, one with Fully Loaded into the boxes that you've given us. How much are tickets and what time does it start?
Firstly, I want to thank World Sports Betting for everything that they've done. They've come into the boxing. It's a 3rd event that they put in betting on the BRD development program, and of course it's great to have them on board. And it's $250 for normal tickets, and we got 1 table left at 600 Rand per person, including a 3-course meal. As you know, that's Sean from Turffontein. Great food, great entertainment. Please be there, don't miss it. It's going to be action-packed.
Manny, thank you very much. Good to see you as always, and I'll see you after the lucky lost.
Thank you. God bless you all.
All right, there we go. That's Manny Fernandez, Ali, as you've heard. Lovely to catch up with him. Obviously, 250 Rand a ticket. We've got the multiples going. Have you got any time quickly to shoot off and take it for us?
Yeah, I'm going to have to. Thanks for that, Brandon, because that was the information we've been looking forward to all day long. So it sounds like there are a few guys that will be reaching heights that haven't been reached for a while in South African boxing. And that's one thing about South African boxing. I mean, we might go through our hills and valleys, but there's always, like golf, always 1 or 2 individuals that end up making it to the big time. And under Manny Fernandez tutelage, I'll see maybe he can find that special boxer that makes it to the big time. But now we've got to tip a winner in the last race. Is Tuscan Gold is all the rage in the parade ring. No one here wants to know. There's respect for number 2, Fully Loaded, and a whisper about numbers 1 and 4. But Tuscan Gold, it sounds like the world's on the Peter double the last 2 races, Brandon.
Yeah, look, I've had a number of the guys obviously in the front of the grandstand come and show me their tickets, and they've got a few multiples. The horses throughout the afternoon have arrived for them, and they've got it all leading into Tuscan Gold, who I thought went to the start nice and quietly. That's trading at 14 to 10. What do you make of this individual? Is this the horse they all need to beat? I can tell you off the bat, I thought Fully Loaded last time out was very unlucky.
Strictly on trends, number 5 Tuscan Gold will win. First of all, going down with a head into a chest, that's what you like to see. That's certainly what I like to see. But he was ready to win in Cape Town. If you just do the mathematics behind horses that come from Cape on, they tend to be a number of pounds ahead of the handicapper, and they can do all sorts of damage. And as mentioned, 5 Tuscan Gold had every right to win his next start down in the Western Cape. So looks like he could be a shrewd acquisition, the son of Visionaire. When he won at a big price under Kabelo Matsunyane, but that matters not because he retained a fair level of form. The only time he fluffed his lines was going around the turn at Hollywood Bets Dermanville. That's since his win a good 9 months ago. So I think Tuscan Gold's hard horse to beat. He was just he was scratched a few weeks ago, if you remember correctly, and I think everyone's kind of been waiting for this because there was money for him before he got scratched last time out. People don't forget that.
Yeah, Elliot, I want to touch on a horse at a big price over here. Written in Stone is at about 14-1. I tell you, Brett Weber's horses have been doing wonderfully over the last couple of meetings. He's actually had a very good day today. His horses have been in the money at big prices. This horse is down to, I think, a 54 rating from being in the 80s. He just needs a bit of luck. Can he sneak into the trifectas quartets?
Brett's had a second and third today, and a very unlucky second early on with that Puma horse. Written in Stone, I've always thought is best on the inside track because of his turn of foot that can provide being a bit of a weapon on the tighter turning track. But that's not to say that his legs are tied up here on the Standside track. I think the catalyst to Brett's return to form is probably just taking a bit of a back seat towards the end of last season and giving the horses a bit of a chance to recover from what had been quite an arduous season for quite a few. So good to see Brett on the up and up. I will be shocked if Written in Stone won this, but I will not be shocked if Written in Stone runs second, third or fourth.
Last 2 minutes to get those bets on. Just quickly, Al, let's talk about number 2, Fully Loaded. I did speak to Gavin Larena. If you go and watch that last one behind Lulu's Boy back on the 20th of July, probably should have won that particular race. If you go and watch it again in the game, the more I watch it, the more I'm convinced that he was more unlucky, Fully Loaded. He should have won. I'm going to say it straight, and I think he might just be one of those horses we need to watch the last 300 meters.
Yeah, if Tuscan Gold fluffs his lines, and this is my idea of the one to pick things up, the son of Pomodoro looked to be fair average. He might not scale any great heights throughout his career, but he might be a nice horse for connections, and that he just continues to pay his way, win races like this, place in races like this. He'll be there and thereabouts. You were right, he was unlucky at his last start when second to Lulu's Boy. On that run strictly, he holds 4 of his opposition. He should do so again.
All right, Al, thank you very much. I see they are loading. I know Nico's got one more thing to add on the boxing. I think he's found us a boxer that we can punt tonight. Thanks for your hard work today, Nico.
Yeah, thanks very much. No, I've got nothing to add on the boxing. Nothing at all to add. Nothing that would be of any interest to anyone. So we'll just concentrate calling them home in the last race of the day. Fort Lauderdale is one of the last few to go forward. Fort Lauderdale moved up, or moving in. Tuscan Gold. This is Fully Loaded, just a little bit above himself behind the gate, Fully Loaded. And he will complete the lineup here for the final race. They're down at the 1160 meter marker for the 8th and final. Set to go and sprinting away from the 1160 meter marker to a good enough beginning. Super Secret, the cheek pieces. Tuscan Gold immediately heads off to the front, tracked by Fully Loaded. On the outside is Fort Lauderdale, then Fish Eagle towards the inside. Gimme Royalty, Written in Stone, and After Hours gives them 4-length start. But it's a compact field as Tuscan Gold tags them through the 1000 meter marker and goes about a neck clear of Fort Lauderdale on the outside. Gimme Royalty's in the hunt too with After Hours and Fully Loaded. Fish Eagles back towards their inside. Super Secret gets a reminder that it's in the race, and Written in Stone is further back, but it's in front. Tuscan Gold, it comes to the halfway point, the leader with 4:50 left to go. Tuscan Gold, Fully Loaded down the inside. Fort Lauderdale, Gimme Royalty, they're all off the bit at the moment. Behind that is Fish Eagle towards the inside with 200 meters left to go. Tuscan Gold, Fort Lauderdale's on the outside, emerges as the danger. Then came Fish Eagle, but Fort Lauderdale has rushed up to Tuscan Gold with 150 to go, and Fort Lauderdale has gone on by Tuscan Gold. Fort Lauderdale goes on strongly to give Yerny another one, and it's Fort Lauderdale from Tuscan Gold. Third was close, Written in Stone maybe just ahead of After Hours. Further back to Fish Eagle, Fully Loaded. Then came Gimme Royalty behind that Super Secret. Well, Muzieni, he said 3 mistakenly in the previous race. Well, it is going to be 3 winners, and both him and Gavin Lorena share the spoils. Tuscan Gold went out, made the play out in front, but run second. Close for third. I gave that to Written in Stone, the inside, but After Hours still there, right up on the outside. Third, Written in Stone third, definitely on that. The 8-year-old followed by After Hours, Fish Eagle, Gimme Royalty. Nothing from Fully Loaded, didn't get into the hunt. The style of this particular race didn't suit Fully Loaded. Further back in the field was Super Secret, but here is the horse that had many hopes on it in front at the moment, Tuscan Gold, but Fort Lauderdale, the stable, confident. It's another win for the Bar and Burtis stable. He's gone out on his own again after training for many years under the Burtis Fosslu banner, but he's had a double today. Well done to Muzieni, who rides at treble and could so easily have ridden forward. Pretty in Pearls just put its nose down where it counted. This is the son of the United States, owned by the Barkays and boys. Keith Wood's involved. Well done, Woody. Billy Coates and Impact Racing all involved in Fort Lauderdale. Wins the last race of the day here at 580 a win and 190 a place. Thanks for joining us here at Turffontein. Been great being with you. Till the next time, cheers from the commentary box.
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale, top weight of 61 kilograms, turns that form around with Fully Loaded on the Lulu's Boy Run back on the 20th of July. When Alistair did speak to Muzi, he did say, I've got 2 horses to beat, Fully Loaded being Gavin Lorena, and I've got Tuscan Gold to beat with Craig Zaki, and he's gone past them with a wet sail. R5.80 a win, R1.90 a place, beats number 5 into second, R1 a place. Third, number 6 at R2.10 a place. Written in Stone, nice performance. He'll be back in the winner's enclosure soon. And fourth goes to number 4, and that was After Hours. 1, 5, 6 and 4. Numbers that you need. Well done to Bar and Burtis. There he is, just about to make his way into the number 1 box, and he'll come back and lead in Fort Lauderdale, who's quickened past him like he's looking for parking. Very, very, very good win from this horse, Fort Lauderdale, this afternoon. He now becomes a 2-time winner from 9 outings. Messrs. CGM and SG Barkays and KR Wood, Willie Coates, Impact Racing Pty Limited. That's another one for Brandon Burtis. They had that horse Brotherhood of Magic win a good race a bit earlier on this afternoon. The next Turffontein race meeting will be Saturday the 12th of August. It's a merit-rated 72 handicap that's just run. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis as he wraps up what's been a good day.
Yeah, third winner of the day for jockey Muzieni today, so he can put up the 3 fingers now. Now you can put up the 3 fingers. You've done it. Well done to Muzieni and to winning trainer Baron Burtis. A double for Baron today, one with Brotherhood of Magic earlier on. And great to have the Barkaysons on course today. We've missed you guys. Don't know where you've been, but you're back at the course. The Barkaysons. I don't see Keith Wood though, but I do see the Barkayson brothers on the track, and they've been racing for many, many years, and they deserve another winner. Well done to them. Fort Lauderdale comes home in the last race at R5.80 a win. They're part of the partnership along with Keith Wood, along with Willie Coates, along with Impact Racing, Brandon Burtis. Double for him today, with Brotherhood of Magic winning earlier on. Second to Tuscan Gold. Third was Written in Stone. And fourth to After Hours. Thanks for joining us. It's the last race interview now. left to go. Tuscan Gold, fully loaded down the inside. Fort Lauderdale, Gimme Royalty. They're all off the bit at the moment. Behind that is Fish Eagle towards the inside with 200 metres left to go. Tuscan Gold. Fort Lauderdale's on the outside, emerges as the danger. Then came Fish Eagle, but Fort Lauderdale has rushed up to Tuscan Gold with 150 to go. And Fort Lauderdale has gone on by Tuscan Gold. Fort Lauderdale goes on strongly to give Yanni another one. And it's Fort Lauderdale from Tuscan Gold. Third was close, written in stone.
Welcome back to the winners' enclosure, and again it's a good ride by Muzi Yeni. I think he's going to have a cracking afternoon. He looks to be the man to follow at Hollywood Bet Scottsville tomorrow. Well done to Bar and Puertas. He's on the double with Brotherhood of Magic a bit earlier on. To all the owners involved, they deserve it. This horse has done nothing wrong in his career, Fort Lauderdale. Muz, well done. You did speak to Alistair. You said you had big respect obviously for Gavin and for Craig. You got a good run into the race and he quickened up well.
Yes, I think the draw helped a lot. You know, you're there on that fence, and I think last time we tried to drop him in and he came out so quick, and I had to break his stride and get him behind, and he never was comfortable, you know, in the herd, in the group, and you know, he wasn't sure of himself. And today on the outside, and I could use his gate speed to try and keep him as much open space as possible. He kind of loved it. Obviously, I had to just keep his mind. You have to get him into the race, but he travelled well. At the 300, I could see that Craig was going to be in trouble. I had a bit of horse underneath me. Every time I shook the reins, he was ready to give me half a length or another length. And he put the bed quite nicely, the race to bed quite early, had about the 200. So went full of merit, and just well done to Mr. Burtis and his owners, and nice. I don't even know now, Mr. Burkhazen, Mr. Wood, Mr. Coates, Impact Racing, PT, and Brandon Burtis. Just a big team effort. You can't do it without putting the horses together. So thanks to everyone who came and did their part.
Well, Moose, there's a note here from one of the punters. They said you must smile because obviously you made them happy this afternoon. You're the man that we're going to follow tomorrow at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. I think you've got a lovely book of rides there tomorrow.
Yes, I am a man full of smiles, but you know, you've got stiff competition, Gavin and them, one of those hot pot favourites. You got to put the game face on, but thanks to the public. Racing without the public wouldn't be possible, so thanks to them. And yes, at Scottsville I got a strong, very competitive band. Just praying for another good day.
Moose, well done over here and a wonderful afternoon. Get home safely. We'll follow you tomorrow.
Thank you. Well done to Stam Core, and well done to 4 Racing.
Super. I'll steal my book from you. Thank you, Moose. Lovely rider. Very good rider is Muzi Yeni. Mr. Burtis, well done on the double. That's a good double today because Brotherhood of Magic and this horse. I was just listening to Muzi. I mean, a horse that was probably a bit unlucky last time.
Yeah, I don't know if the rider makes more of a difference. You know, I always try and get the best and to give the best chances to whatever I have. I must say, I came into this meeting, last meeting, we had the winner, but today I thought if we go home with a place or two, and I don't know, by watching the race you saw Craig Zaki cruising, and the next thing Moose is already off the bit, falling backward, and I was just hoping to hold on for fourth, so I don't have to explain that much, you know. And but picked up momentum, came back, and oh, what a win and what a ride, and well done to the Balkanizing team, Mr. Wood, Willie Coates, who will probably, I'll send him the video, and no, a way better day than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, wonderful stuff. Just having a look at your horses. I remember when this was won its maiden, kind of fell over the line. You can just see how much he's strengthened up, and obviously maturity's helped him as well.
Well, he's not the biggest horse, you know. He's quite small. I mean, never mind that. Brotherhood of Magic over 18. I mean, he's
Very
a
smart.
pony.
But mentally getting there, Mr. Burtis.
You know, mentally I'm getting tired.
You're getting stronger. What do you mean?
It's a hard game, believe me. You need the stock. I mean, if you don't have the... It's all about the horse. I mean, you got the horse, you can get the job done. It's difficult.
You got a good team behind you?
Well, I've had a loyal team for many, many years, you know.
And
the people that work for me have worked for me forever. I mean, I must say, work is play. Racing is business.
Yeah, that's
At work, we joke and laugh and play.